everyone. I nearly knocked a bunch of stuff off my desk then. I waved my arms around when saying hello. And I'm not on camera. You can't see me waving my arms around, but that's exactly what I did. So 5 years in the making. We finally are here. Day one of the state of Tennessee versus Megan Boswell. So the court feed is actually up and running. I can show you. I've got it on in the background, but on silent. Hold on, let me make this bigger for you. There we go. I don't know what they're discussing. We can listen in though.
Proof for evidence as well in regards to that count.
That's why it's dismissed.
Yeah. Well, any statements that might have been made in that regard would, of course, be our position would be hearsay without Ms. Boswell testifying. So
I think they're just like deciding on preliminary stuff. Like it just literally came on like halfway through the month.
Statements that relates to count 18. Let's have a jury out, or at least a bench conference before we. Now, with regard to count 19, there's a note on here from the clerk's office. Is that code section correct? They say, should it be 312 instead of 314?
I don't think we're missing anything at all. This is just like preliminary before trial stuff. I think they've just turned the cameras on early and the judges got the volume up, so we're listening in.
It should be 312 and we would move to it.
The judges, Judge Goodwin, and I can't remember the names of the attorneys, but I'm sure we'll learn them as we go through. I've got the CCs on. I'm glad that Court TV. I'll just put this on silent for a minute. I'm glad that Court TV are streaming this trial. It just means I don't have to stream it from wjhl.com. Not that I've got anything against WJHL. They've done great work in this case, and obviously in the case of Summer Wells as well. They've been on the case. They've maintained very careful observation of the case. But streaming a live stream from a website is sometimes a little bit glitchy. So I'm streaming from Court TV, and Court TV, they are a few seconds behind, and it just enables them to put CCs on. So that's what we're doing. Yes, we've got a jury of 14 people. So I think that's, am I remembering rightly, 8 men and 6 women, or is it the other way around? So 14 people. So that means there's only 2 alternates for a trial that is going to be a sequestered jury. So I think that's very brave, only having 2 alternates. That's very brave. I was thinking they were going to like have at least 6 alternates just in case, but no. So we've got a jury of 14. Obviously, a jury of 12 will deliberate. All right, I'm going to shut my face now and mute out and let us listen in. I am on verdict watch for the Collin Griffith trial. I'm on verdict watch. You don't have to be. But they've been deliberating now for over just about 5 hours. So they're coming back today. So it's a bit tense. I really got quite invested in the Collin Griffith case, but I'll announce it when there's a verdict, just for anybody who is interested. All right, so I'm going to mute out and let's listen in here. The jury will be coming in soon. We're almost good to go. Oh, and as soon as I mute out, he's muted. Oh, dear. But there's Megan. I forgot to say thank you to Kimberly earlier on in all the excitement. Thank you so much, Kimberly, for gifting 5 memberships. That's very kind of you. I'll see if I can go back in the chat here and see who got them. Oh, Rue says 8 men, 6 women. Okay, so I remembered right. All right, we've got Susan, Casey Marie, Akira, Jen, and Doxy. So welcome you all. I think Susan, I think you've been a member before. Casey Marie, I think you may have been as well. But yeah, thank you so much, Kimberly. And you 5, go and check out the members area. All right. So if anybody was with me during the Lilani Simon trial or the Sarah Boone trial, I don't comment while court is in session. I don't comment. I might be screaming behind the scenes, but I mute myself out. So I don't stop the stream to comment throughout. We can have discussions during the break and during the lunch break. The stream will just continue all the way through lunch. I might take like 10 minutes just to go and walk about. But if I'm away from the screen, I'll try to do that during court time. Like if I have to, I don't know, go and use the bathroom or take the dogs out or something, I'll do that while court is in session. And during the breaks, during lunchtime, I'll be here. We can have discussions. We can do whatever. We can discuss the testimony that's just been had, or we can talk. We can just chat. So that's the way that I'm planning to run this trial. We're expecting the trial to run for around 3 weeks. So I don't know. I don't know what. To me, it's a slam dunk. But we don't know. We don't know what we don't know as of yet, do we? Casey Marie, been a member for 12 months. I knew you'd been a member before, Casey Marie. I knew it. Yeah, justice for baby Evelyn. Absolutely. It's been a long time coming. So Evelyn was last seen alive in December, early December of 2019. But she was only reported missing on February 18th, 2020. And the Amber Alert went out a day later on February 19th. It was Evelyn's grandpa, Megan's dad, Tommy Boswell, who reported the fact that he hadn't seen Evelyn, despite his attempts to try to see his granddaughter. All his attempts had been thwarted, and he felt he had no choice but to contact Child Services, which he did, and they then contacted the police. Megan's first story was that baby Evelyn had gone to stay with her dad, so Evelyn's dad, who's called Ethan Perry. But Ethan Perry wasn't involved at all in Evelyn's life. He was actually in the military, stationed, I believe, in Louisiana. So he had a rock-solid alibi. There was absolutely nothing that Ethan Perry did wrong. Ethan Perry was just doing his job out of state, not involved in Evelyn's life. That was the first lie she told. And then the second lie was that someone had got her. She knew who, but she wasn't going to say. Then it was her mother and her mother's boyfriend. So Megan's mother, Evelyn's grandma, had got her in North Carolina. That was a lie. Then she said Evelyn was dead, and she knew Evelyn was dead, but it was an accident. The way that Evelyn was found, the details that came out of one of the pre-trial hearings, I talked about this in a live stream a few days ago, and we do have, I don't know why I'm saying we, there's only me. There's only me that runs this channel. I do have that hearing on Michelle Walks. If you want to go and watch that hearing, it's absolutely heartbreaking, and we are going to go through a hard time during this trial. So please look after your own mental health, because the details that will come out that we know about Evelyn's death are really, really traumatizing. They really are. But if you do want to go and listen to that pre-trial hearing at any point, it's on Michelle Walks. It's from September 2022, when the trial was due to start actually in February 2023. But it was delayed for 2 whole years because Megan and her attorney parted ways. So she had to get a new attorney, and the new attorney needed 2 years apparently to learn the case. So that's why this case is 5 years in the making. Evelyn's body was found on March the 6th in an old shed like that used to be Megan's playhouse when she was a little girl. So in a state of disrepair, and that's where Megan had stashed little Evelyn's body. So gruesome. There's no way that baby's death was an accident. She lied to the media. She lied to the cops. She is currently facing 20 charges. 3 relate to the murder, like different theories, I guess you would say. So there's 3 counts of murder. There's numerous counts of lying to the police. It's 20 counts in total. Failing to report the death, abuse of a corpse. There's a whole bunch. Tampering with evidence. There's a whole bunch of stuff. 20 counts in total that the jury will be asked to deliberate on. So the volume is up. It's just muted. It's muted by the court, not muted by me. You had to go and get premium. Can't have commercials during this trial. Yeah, I was forced into premium for the same reason. I think YouTube are doing it on purpose. I think they're putting more and more ads on videos, and it forces you to get premium. But I mean, I got premium. I think if I hadn't have been a creator, I may have not got premium. I may not have done it. But I was getting absolutely fed up with the amount of ads that was on videos. And it's not the creators. The creators don't decide how many ads go on. It's YouTube. It's YouTube. So, you know, the recent thing of putting ads on live streams as well. Like I can turn the number of ads down, I think, on live streams. I don't know that I can turn them off completely though, unless I completely demonetize like the entire thing. And then YouTube might still put ads on, because YouTube puts ads on demonetized channels. When I watch Cassie and Tilly's videos on their channels are not monetized, and I get ads. And that just means that 100% of the ad revenue on a demonetized or unmonetized channel goes to YouTube, whereas in a monetized video or monetized channel, I think it's 60% goes to the creator and 40% to YouTube. I can't remember exactly. It might be 30-70 or I can't remember. But yeah, so I think premium is worth it. If you watch a lot of YouTube, especially things like trials, premium's worth it. If you don't watch much YouTube, if you only like log on every now and again, it's definitely not worth it. Do I think at this point that Megan did this alone, or that the BF was there at the time or conspired with the cover-up afterwards? That's a very good question. Obviously, only Megan has been charged. Whether the boyfriend had any knowledge, maybe the boyfriend did have knowledge and has worked with the cops. We don't know that yet. So I'm reserving judgment on the boyfriend, because he might turn up as a witness to the state. So I'm reserving judgment on him. But yeah, good question. I've asked myself that many times. You don't watch TV anymore, just YouTube. Same. I watch either Netflix, occasionally Amazon Prime, if they've got something on there that isn't on Netflix or YouTube. You love premium. Premium's worth it. It is. It is worth it if you watch a lot. How much is premium in the UK? I want to say $16.99 or $17.99, something like that. Can't remember exactly. It's either $16.99 or $17.99. It's about the same as Netflix. It's around the same as Netflix. Or you can do a family version. If you're a student, you can get it really cheap. Like if you can prove that you're a student. This is just UK. I don't know about anywhere else. But you can get a family package. So I think you can get, I don't know whether it's 4 or 5 different accounts on one. Watch BBC iPlayer. I'll only log into something like BBC or ITV or something like that if I know there's a program on that I want to watch. Like if there's like a documentary or something. But I've not had a TV for years now. Kyle has a TV in his room, but I don't have a TV. Like an actual TV. Not had one for years. They just collect dust. They have YouTube Music, which is included in premium. Don't know how to change. I think YouTube Music comes with premium. Because I've got YouTube Music. And I've never selected an option to have YouTube Music. It's just come with premium. Our TV is more for gaming. Yeah, well, that's why Kyle has it. But he does watch stuff on his TV. But I think it's like streaming through his computer. Like when he's watching TV, I think it's streaming through his computer. Not had TV in over 15 years. Yeah, it's probably maybe 10 years that I've not had one. Maybe it's a little bit less than that. But I got to the point where I was just not turning it on. So it was literally just there gathering dust. And then Kyle broke his TV. And instead of buying a new one, I just brought the one from downstairs, upstairs, and gave it to Kyle. So that's how I ended up without a TV. I didn't make a conscious decision. I just didn't buy a new one. And I haven't missed it at all. Not at all. What's all these people coming in here? Who are all these? This is the kind of stuff we don't often get to see. They just turn the cameras on early. All the comings and goings beforehand. Oh, we got sound. All right, muting out, muting out.
Well, who's coming to get the cables? I sit in the clerk's line. I sit in the clerk's line. I think it's Justin White. Is it Justin White?
Yes,
Yes,
he's already come here. He's already picked it up.
Does Kyle pay the license? No, I pay the license. But you're meant to have a TV license, even if you just watch like BBC iPlayer or stuff on your computer.
And she's getting it ready. It's not ready.
Yes, actually, she was.
So there you go. All right, definitely muting out now.
Yeah.
see him. All right. Has the jury ordered?
They are the happiest. Yeah.
Yeah, they're good to go.
I've got their orders. I haven't turned them in
I've noticed that all through the break, these last 4 chairs of the jury box have been visible on the live stream. I don't think he's listening to me.
Yeah, I got you, Judge.
I can't stress enough how that if somebody tells me that a juror gets photographed or live stream, how bad that day is going to go for everybody in this court. Okay. Also, during breaks, I want you to turn the sound off. All right. I think the jury is all here. They've ordered their. Can y'all hear me through the microphone? The jury has ordered their lunch, and if the state, are you ready to begin?
We are, Your Honor.
The bench ready to begin?
We are, Judge.
All right. I'm gonna bring them in. I'll swear them. Then I'll have to read the preliminary comments that's required. General, I'm gonna go ahead and give you the indictment. I gave you a copy of the redacted page.
Yes.
I'll put that in there. Then we'll take the plea, then we'll go straight into open statements and start the proof. If they're ready.
For one stand, please. You guys can be seated. The jury remains standing. Be sworn, please.
Gary, I want to use that chair back there.
Okay.
Yours, and you can just sit in the roller chair down here on the flat. No, it can stay up there. While they're moving the furniture. Julie, just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issues to be joined between the state of Tennessee and the defendant and true verdict render thereto according to law and evidence, so help you God? Be seated. Can everybody hear me? Can y'all hear me okay? All right. Before we begin the trial, I'd like to tell you a little bit about what will happen during the course of the proceedings. I want to describe basically how the trial will be conducted and what the attorneys, jurors, and judge will be doing over the course of the trial. At the end of the trial, I will give you more detailed instructions on how you are to go about reaching a decision, but now I simply want to explain how the trial will proceed. The defendant has been charged by the state of Tennessee with a violation of state law. The document containing the charge is referred to as a presentment. A presentment is the formal accusation charging a defendant with a crime and is not evidence of anything. The defendant has pled not guilty to the charges. She is presumed innocent and may not be found guilty by you unless, after hearing all of the evidence, attorney's arguments, and instructions of law, the 12 jurors seated in this case unanimously find the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The first step in the trial will be the attorney's opening statements. The state will tell you about the evidence it intends to present so that you will have an idea of what the state's case is about. This opening statement is not evidence. Its only purpose is to help you understand what the evidence will be and what the state will attempt to prove. After the state's opening statement, an attorney for the defendant may make an opening statement if he should so choose. Again, statements of attorneys are not evidence. Next will be the state's case in chief, in which the state will present its evidence. The evidence in the case will most likely consist of physical exhibits, documents, and the testimony of witnesses. The witnesses will testify by answering questions asked by the attorneys. After the state completes its case in chief, the defense will be given an opportunity to present evidence through witnesses and exhibits. A defendant is not required to put on any evidence or to testify. The burden is always on the state to convince you that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If the defense does present proof, the state may then put on what is known as rebuttal proof. After you have heard all of the evidence, I will instruct you about the rules of law that you are to use in reaching your verdict. The final part of the trial occurs when the state and defense may present final arguments. I previously told you that opening statements by the attorneys are not evidence. Likewise, closing arguments are not evidence. In closing arguments, the parties will attempt to summarize their cases and help you understand the evidence that was presented. After you hear my instructions and the parties' closing arguments, I will select and excuse the alternate jurors, and the final 12 jurors will leave the courtroom together as a group. You will then begin your deliberations to make a decision in the case. Your deliberations will be secret, and you will not be required to explain your verdict to anyone. Now that I have described in outline form the trial itself, let me explain the functions that you and I will perform during the trial. I will decide which rules of law apply to the case. My decisions will be reflected in my responses to questions and objections the attorneys raised during the trial, as well as in my final jury instructions. It is your job to determine what the facts are from the evidence. You must then apply the law in my instructions to the facts, and from that application, you'll arrive at a verdict. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden remains on the state throughout the entire case. Keep in mind that the defendant is presumed to be innocent of the charges against her. Thus, the defendant is not required to prove her innocence, to have her attorneys make any statements or arguments, or to produce any evidence. Reasonable doubt is that doubt engendered by an investigation of all the proof in the case, and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. A conviction cannot be based on conjecture, suspicion, or mere belief that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged. Reasonable doubt is a high burden, but it does not mean proof to an absolute certainty. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element of the offense. Reasonable doubt does not mean a captious, possible, or imaginary doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a whim, it is not speculation or suspicion, it is not an excuse to avoid the performance of an unpleasant duty, and it is not sympathy. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based on reason and common sense after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in this case. You, as jurors, must decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed the crime charged in the presentment. You must consider the evidence in each count separately. You must base that decision only on the evidence in the case and my instructions about the law. An important part of your job will be making judgments about the testimony of the witnesses who testify. You should decide whether you believe what each person says and the importance of his or her testimony. In making that decision, I suggest you ask yourself a few questions. Did the person impress you as honest? Did he or she have any particular reason not to tell the truth? Did he or she have a personal interest in the outcome of the case? Did the witness seem to have a memory of the events he or she testified about? Did the witness have the opportunity and ability to observe accurately the things he or she testified about? Did he or she appear to understand the questions clearly and answer them directly? Did a witness's testimony differ from the testimony of other witnesses? These are a few of the considerations that will help you determine the accuracy of each witness's testimony. In making up your mind and reaching a verdict, do not base any decisions on the fact that there were more witnesses on one side than on the other. Likewise, do not reach a conclusion on a particular point just because more witnesses testified for one side on that point. Your job is to think about the testimony of each witness you heard and decide the facts. Some of you have probably heard the term circumstantial evidence and direct evidence. These are the two basic types of evidence that exist in law. Direct evidence is direct proof of the facts, such as the testimony of an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts from which you may infer or conclude that other facts exist. I will give you further instructions on these as well as other matters at the end of the case. Keep in mind that you may consider both kinds of evidence which are considered to be of equal value in the law. The court will not provide you with a transcript of the testimony at the end of the trial. Therefore, you must listen very carefully to the testimony. Each of you will be allowed to take notes during the trial for your own use during your deliberations. You are not required to take notes. Independent memory can be as accurate as written notes. You will be provided with paper and pen if you decide to take notes. During the course of the trial, you should not talk with any witness, defendant, or attorney involved in this case. Please do not talk with them about any subject whatsoever. You may see them in the hallway or at some other location. If you do, perhaps the best standing rule is not to say anything. You also should not discuss this case among yourselves until I instruct you on the law and you start deliberating at the end of the case. It is important that you wait until all the evidence is received and you have heard all of my instructions on the rules of law before you deliberate among yourselves. During the course of the trial, you will receive all the evidence you may properly consider to decide the case. Because of this, you should not attempt to do any research on your own or gather any information on your own that you think might be helpful. Do not engage in any outside reading, visit any places mentioned in the case, or try to learn about the case outside of this courtroom in any other manner. I do not know, well, I do know. There will be media reports in the newspapers, on TV, or on the radio about this case. You are not permitted to read, watch, or listen to those reports. You, as jurors, must base your decisions solely on the evidence you hear in the courtroom. At times during the trial, an attorney may make an objection to a question that is asked by another attorney or to an answer that a witness gives. This simply means the attorney is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection was made or from my ruling on that objection. My rulings only relate to the legal questions that I must determine and should not influence your thinking. If I sustain an objection to a question, the witness will not be permitted to answer the question. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been had the witness been permitted to give it. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement that was made, you should put that statement out of your mind and you may not refer to that statement in your later deliberations. You may not ask questions. It is the responsibility of the attorneys to present the evidence. You must decide the case on the evidence presented to you. However, during the course of the trial, I may ask a question or two of a witness. If I do, that does not indicate that I have any opinion about the facts in the case or that I have any opinion with respect to that witness's credibility. Finally, during the course of the trial, I may have to interrupt the proceedings to confer with the attorneys about the rules of law which should apply. In some cases, we may have bench conferences in the courtroom outside of your hearing, and in some instances, I may ask you to retire to the jury room while we discuss the matter out of your presence. I ask your patience because these interruptions are necessary points in the trial where we have to resolve legal issues. If, after your deliberations, you find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder, we will then proceed to a sentencing, and you will set the punishment. If, after your deliberations, you find the defendant guilty of any other offense or offenses, the court will set the punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. The jury will not be involved in setting the punishment in those offenses. This completes my opening comments to you. We will now proceed with the reading of the presentment. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Judge. Presentment, case number S-72-869, State of Tennessee, County of Sullivan. Criminal court charge, first-degree murder, count 1. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, intentionally, and with premeditation kill Evelyn May Boswell, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-13-202A1, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, felony murder, count 2. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully and feloniously kill Evelyn May Boswell, a human and being, said killing being committed in the perpetration of or attempt to perpetrate the felony crime of aggravated child abuse, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-13-202A2, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, felony murder, count 3. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully and feloniously kill Evelyn May Boswell, a human and being, said killing being committed in the perpetration of or attempt to perpetrate the felony crime of aggravated child neglect, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-13-202A2, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, aggravated child abuse, count 4. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impounded and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, knowingly, and other than by accidental means, treat Evelyn May Boswell, date of birth November 21st, 2018, a child under 8 years of age, in such a manner as to inflict serious bodily injury, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-15-402, a Class A felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, aggravated child neglect, count 5. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, and knowingly neglect a child, Evelyn May Boswell, date of birth November 21st, 2018, a child 8 years of age or less, so as to adversely affect the child's health and welfare. And the act of neglect resulted in serious bodily injury to the child, Evelyn May Boswell. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-15-402, a Class A felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, tampering with evidence, count 6. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously alter, destroy, or conceal evidence with the intent to impair its availability, verity, or legibility as evidence in an investigation. The said Megan Boswell, knowing that an investigation was pending or in progress, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-503, a Class C felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 7. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Tracy Haraz, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning Evelyn Boswell and the defendant's claim that her infant child was with the child's father, Ethan Perry, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 8. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detectives Michelle Gillum and Tracy Haraz, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged lack of knowledge of the whereabouts of her infant daughter and her alleged efforts to locate her daughter, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 9. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Lieutenant Steve Williams, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the alleged last physical contact that the defendant had with her infant daughter, and Ethan Perry's alleged refusal to respond to her text and voicemails regarding her daughter, following an argument with Ethan Perry about the custody arrangements concerning her daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 10. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Captain Joey Strickler, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false, and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged last physical contact with her infant daughter and the defendant's alleged lack of knowledge of the whereabouts of her infant daughter, even though she had concerns that her daughter was possibly injured. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 11. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath, present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 19th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Federal Bureau of Investigation agents Jeff Blanton and Todd Wilcox, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the alleged time frame of when the defendant gave her infant daughter to Ethan Perry to keep, since she could not handle her daughter anymore, and Ethan Perry's alleged threats to take the defendant to court to address the custody of their daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 12. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Captain Joey Strickler, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false, and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged claim that she last saw her infant daughter in the custody of Ethan Perry on December 26, 2019, and that she had not contacted the police to report her missing child on the advice of Angela Boswell, the defendant's mother. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 13. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false, and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, possibly having her infant daughter, but refusing to share with the defendant the location of her daughter and whether she had custody of the defendant's daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 14. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having taken her infant daughter in mid-December of 2019 and refusing to tell the defendant of her daughter's location, and that she allegedly did not call the police to report her infant daughter missing out of fear that her mother, Angela Boswell, would harm Evelyn Boswell. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 15. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. the said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, having allegedly taken her infant daughter because Angela Boswell believed that the defendant owed her money, and that the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, had allegedly told her that Evelyn Boswell would not be returned to the defendant until the money was paid. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 16. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 21st, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning her mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having Evelyn Boswell at an unknown location, and that despite the efforts of the defendant to find her infant daughter, she allegedly did not know the whereabouts of her infant daughter and did not have any additional information to provide to law enforcement in their attempts to find the missing child. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 17. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 23rd, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Assistant Agent in Charge, Chris Wilhoit, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. Concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having given the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, to another person who Angela Boswell refused to name, and that her infant child was safe and would have a better life with the unknown person than with the defendant. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, abuse of a corpse, count 19. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously, and without legal privilege, physically mistreat a corpse in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-17-312, a Class E felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances, count 20. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously failed to report the death of her infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, to the county medical examiner, local police, district attorney general, or sheriff, where the death was from violence, trauma, or in any suspicious, unusual, or unnatural manner, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 38-7-108, a Class E felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. True bill was returned 22nd day of May 2024, and it's signed Sally Sierra, foreman of the grand jury.
Mr. Scott, how does Ms. Boswell plead in each count?
Defendant pleads not guilty in every count.
Thank you, sir.
Approach.
General, you have opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Good morning. Today we're going to talk about Evelyn Boswell for a few minutes. In 2019, Evelyn Boswell was a bright, growing little girl, full of life, healthy, learning to walk, learning to talk, doing all the things that a 12-month-old child would do. Which means today, 5 years later, Evelyn Boswell would be 6 years old. She would be possibly in kindergarten, learning to read, maybe taking her first ballet class or her first soccer game, learning to tie her shoes, all of the things that we think of that are firsts for 6-year-old children. But based upon the last 2 days of our jury selection, we all know that Evelyn Boswell is not going to do any of those things. We all know that all of that was taken away from her in December of 2019 by the defendant, Megan Boswell. And her life wasn't just cut short. It's not just a tragedy. Her life was violently ripped away from her. And we can all agree that it's a shock. It's a tragedy when a child dies. It's upsetting. It upsets all of us. You'll hear phrases like "gone too soon," "what a tragedy." A child has such a life ahead of them. And a lot of times it is a tragedy. And in this case, it's a tragedy too. But in this case, it was a preventable tragedy. There's so much more to this story that you are going to hear. Because Evelyn did not have to die. Evelyn could be here today. And so today, 5 years later, we are asking you to give justice to Evelyn Boswell. During this trial, you will learn that the one person, Evelyn's mother, Megan Boswell, who was entrusted more than anyone else to take care of her, to keep her safe, to protect her, that she failed her in the worst possible way. You will hear proof that the last time Evelyn Boswell was seen alive was December 6th, 2019. You're going to hear that date a few times during this trial. That is the last time that Evelyn Boswell was seen alive. And that was just a few weeks after her first birthday. And you're going to hear from many witnesses who saw Evelyn frequently, saw her all the time, family members, Megan Boswell's friends, that all of a sudden are like, where's Evelyn? Where's Evelyn? We're not seeing. They're concerned. And they would ask Megan Boswell about it. And every time Megan had an answer. Megan concocted a story. And I'm not going to tell you now what she said. You're going to hear that in the proof. But she told all kinds of different stories, depending on the person that she was talking to. And you will hear from those witnesses today. But you will hear, or this week, but you will hear there was concern. You know, they knew Megan. They thought they knew Megan, I should say. And so they wanted to trust that what she was telling them was the truth. But it was not the truth. So after December, what happens next? We have Christmas, New Year's. Where's Evelyn? There is no Evelyn. You will not see any proof that Evelyn was seen at Christmas, New Year's. Then we jump to January. The entire month of January 2020, 31 days. Where's Evelyn? There's no Evelyn. People are really starting to get concerned, and Megan Boswell continues to concoct stories of where Evelyn is to try to help people make sense so she can keep this going. The entire month of February 2020. Where's Evelyn? Again, at this point, family is really starting to get concerned that they have not seen Evelyn. And they're asking questions. Months pass. We're not talking about weeks. We are talking about over 2.5 months that Evelyn Boswell is missing. The defendant is not even just canceling her well visits. She's no-showing. She's just not showing up because she knows where Evelyn is. But again, even to the pediatrician's office, she has to concoct a story about forgetting the appointment maybe, or I got my days mixed up. Always a story. Always a story. So we know now, we did not know then, but we know now that from early December, Evelyn Boswell, even though it had not been reported by Megan Boswell, Evelyn Boswell was a missing child from early December until almost the end of February. She was a missing child. And the only person who knew that, the person who was entrusted to take care of her the most, is the only person who knew that Evelyn was actually missing. And she just left it unreported. Over 2 months later, finally, Megan Boswell's dad, Tommy Boswell, finally essentially puts an ultimatum down on his daughter and says, I'm tired of the stories. If you don't show me my grandchild by the next day, I'm essentially calling the police. Well, Megan knew she could not do that, and she did not do that. And Tommy Boswell finally was the one to report Evelyn missing on February 18th of 2020. Finally, law enforcement gets involved. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation gets involved. The FBI gets involved. All hands on deck to find this missing child. She's finally reported missing. But it's important to note that it was not Megan Boswell that reported her child missing. Megan Boswell never reported her child missing. So you're going to hear from December of 2019 until February of 2020, when it's finally reported that the defendant's biggest believable story, that really is probably what kept the family from reporting earlier, is she was saying that Evelyn was with her father, Ethan Perry. And you'll hear a lot about Ethan Perry, and you'll get to hear from Ethan Perry yourselves. Ethan Perry is actually not Evelyn's father, but Megan led him to believe that he was the father. And everyone, for all purposes, also believed Ethan Perry was the father. So to the family, they're like, well, that's good. He's stepping up. The father's stepping up. That's good. We're proud of him. And that is the story that Megan Boswell told mostly to her family, to her friends. You were going to hear a lot of testimony about her just telling everyone that Ethan Perry has gotten Evelyn. First, you'll hear that they're trading weeks, but doesn't make sense because people are still not seeing Evelyn. So then Megan took it one step further, where he took her to court and got emergency custody, blaming her for something. And again, not true. There was never court. There were no documents. Juvenile court was never involved. It was just another story that Megan Boswell was telling because she knew where Evelyn was, and she had to keep perpetuating this lie. Interestingly enough, she didn't think it through completely because Ethan Perry at the time was in the Army in Louisiana. He lived in barracks, and I think we all understand and know that in the barracks, there's not going to be a toddler running around. But Megan Boswell, in perpetuating that story, she didn't care. She got the entire Army involved in this to go investigate this poor guy who was trying to serve our country in Louisiana. Pulling him out of his duty, I can't imagine the chaos that caused, all because Megan Boswell wanted to perpetuate this lie. And Ethan Perry didn't even see Evelyn in December. You will hear that he came in to visit his grandparents on leave. He never saw Evelyn Boswell over Christmas or over December. We all know why now. But at the time, Megan again tells the story. Evelyn has the flu. She can't come. And you will hear the testimony that no one, not Ethan Perry or anyone else, saw Evelyn Boswell in December. The hard part. From early December of 2019 until later when her body was found, Evelyn was always in the same place. And Megan Boswell knew that. Megan Boswell knew that because she is the one that put Evelyn there. She placed Evelyn's body in a kitchen trash can. Her own trash can from her home, from the trailer that she shared with Evelyn. And she hid that trash can in her own childhood playhouse on her father's property, a playhouse that you will see no one has been in for a very long time. And that it was Megan's. It was personal to Megan, not to anyone else. And you're going to hear that Evelyn was put into the trash can upside down is the best way to describe it, head down, in a bag of trash, filled with food debris, broken eggs, her body just placed in there by the defendant. You will see that there was a blanket tightly wrapped around Evelyn's body, pulled up over her face, and quite a bit of aluminum foil then wrapped around her head. The blanket completely covering her face, the foil completely covering her head. Upside down in a trash can, still in her purple fleece onesie and diaper. And as terrible as it is to say, you are going to hear that she just wasn't placed in the trash can, but then another trash bag was placed on top of her. And that trash bag was shoved down into the trash can, compressing Evelyn into the trash can. That's what we're dealing with today. And you're going to hear proof that directly links only one person to this crime, this horrendous crime. You are going to hear that the only person linked to this crime is sitting at this table right here. You are going to hear it from many witnesses. You're going to hear all of the stories that she concocted, the lies that she told, and you're going to hear forensic evidence that links the defendant, Megan Boswell, and only the defendant, Megan Boswell, to this crime. One step further. This entire time, Evelyn is decaying, decomposing in this trash can, again, upside down and compressed. What is Megan Boswell doing? Is she mourning her child? Is she worried? Is she scared? What is she doing? What would a mother be doing? Well, it's not what Megan Boswell was doing. And you're going to hear that because Megan Boswell got a new boyfriend, and it conveniently happened at pretty much exactly the same time that Evelyn disappears. When no one sees Evelyn again, Megan Boswell has decided she's just going to, Evelyn just out of the head, and she's moving on with her life. And she is living her best life, and you will hear that. She has this new boyfriend who has money, or at least she thinks he has money, and she's going to have a better life for herself, not her child, but for herself. You will hear that she takes trips. She's clearly falling in love. She moves out of the trailer that she was living in with her child and moves in with this guy within weeks into his home in a very nice neighborhood in Bluntville, Tennessee. You are going to hear testimony that Megan Boswell is taking trips to Gatlinburg, to Pigeon Forge, staying at Margaritaville Hotel, all while her child is upside down decomposing in a trash can. You will never hear that Megan Boswell was upset, mourning her child, crying. All she does is continue to concoct lies to cover up what she did. Is that what a mother does? So you will hear that when Tommy Boswell reports, it's essentially all hands on deck with law enforcement. Immediately, law enforcement goes into action, and you are going to hear so much proof about how much effort went into finding this baby, how much time and hours worked by every law enforcement agency in North Carolina, East Tennessee, Middle Tennessee, everyone putting their efforts into trying to find this little girl and hoping, just hoping to find her alive. So then Megan Boswell then, of course, comes clean, right? Once law enforcement's involved, because Megan knows where Evelyn is, so she's gonna tell law enforcement, right? The answer is no, and you probably can gather that by General Harper reading the indictment for about 40 minutes this morning. Megan Boswell continues to perpetuate her stories, concocting anything to try to get out of this, because she knows this snowball is rolling down this hill and she's trying to stop it the best she can. Why is she doing that? It's because she knows that she brutally murdered her child and she's trying to cover it up. And maybe she had that hope that Evelyn would never be found. And even to this day, 5 years later, Evelyn would still be a missing child. The defense said something really interesting in jury selection yesterday afternoon that I want to touch on. He said to you, you only have one chance to get this right. Do you remember that? Then he said, Megan only has one chance to get this right. Do you remember that? I submit to you, Megan Boswell has already had her chance. She was gifted with a beautiful child, a healthy, vibrant little girl. Evelyn was perfect. Megan Boswell already had her chance. So today is Evelyn's chance. Today is our chance to get it right, not Megan's. Today's our chance to get it right for Evelyn. I know this is not easy for any of you. Thank you for serving. I promise you that this is not easy for any of us. It is not easy for any of us. But it's so important for us to be here today. You know you're going to see pictures that you don't want to see. You know you're going to hear things that you don't want to hear. But that's how we tell Evelyn's story. What she endured before her death, during her death, and even after her death. And where she had to sit for months while her mother continued to live her life as if Evelyn didn't exist. Ladies and gentlemen, at the close of this proof, we believe you will be left with no doubt at all, that the defendant, Megan Boswell, is guilty as charged in every count of the indictment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Scott.
Morning. She's right about some things. And this is a terrible situation. There's a child, 13-month-old child, dead in a trash can. There's no getting around that.
Hold on just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you go to the office.
Stand, please. So what happened?
All right.
Maybe see the thank you.
Who are you with? All right. Are you the designated still photographer?
Yes, sir.
If that flash goes off again, you'll have 10 days in jail.
Sorry.
The order is very clear.
Yes, Your
There'll
Honor.
be no lights, there'll be no flash. That's disruptive to the jury. That's disruptive to the lawyers. That's disruptive to this process. And I'm not even kidding. If I see another light, whoever it comes from will immediately be held in criminal contempt of this court, taken to jail for 10 days.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I have it on not flash on my settings.
Well,
I
it
knew
went off because it was right in my face. Now, I got a feeling that one or two of them is going to take about. It's going to take us like 15 minutes to get started. So we'll take about 10 minutes.
Thank you. Court stands in recess.
Judge Goodwin is not going to take any shit, is he? I'm liking him already, honestly. Yeah, getting roasted, yeah. I bet she's bright red. I bet she's so embarrassed. To be honest, I hadn't noticed any flash photography, but you probably can't when you're not in the room. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, I think the opening statement there from the prosecutor leaves the jury in absolutely no doubt what they're in for. All of those charges, I thought they were never going to end. I thought they were never going to end. Yeah, she came clean. I don't think she had any choice. I mean, she's not going to lie to a judge, is she? Like, he knew exactly where that flash had come from. So if she'd lied to him, she'd instantly have gone to jail. He'd have slapped her in jail. She'd have been in a holding cell for the entire day. He would have made an example of her. But I honestly don't know how the defense is going to come back from this. I don't know how they can. I mean, certainly that all the lies, surely, like, why she hasn't pled guilty to those lies? Because it's obvious that they were lies. It's obvious that Evelyn wasn't with Ethan Perry. It's obvious that Evelyn wasn't with Angela Boswell, unless they're going to try to say that someone else put Evelyn in the trash. Like, unbeknownst to Megan, someone stole Evelyn and put her in a trash can from Megan's own house and then put her in a shed on the property that Megan was living at, like to frame her or something. I mean, I have no idea how they're going to come back from this. Like, I don't know how they can't see that pleading guilty to the lies, at the very least, would maybe give us some kind of perverse credibility that, yeah, she's pled guilty to the lies, she's sorry for the lies, but she didn't kill Evelyn. You know, I'm just trying to think of a strategy here that the defense could take. I mean, we're going to hear in very short order that strategy. They're going to have to lay something out in an opening statement. I can't imagine the opening statement's going to be very long from the defense. But, well, and Ethan Perry not being Evelyn's father. Now, that was a shock. In my live stream the other day, the weekend, I did two live streams for this case, like trial preparation. And I said, we're going to hear things at this trial that are going to be revelations that we haven't heard before, because the evidence has been kept so under wraps that the whole of the court filings have been sealed. They've been sealed from the outset. So the only time we've ever heard anything about the evidence is at the evidentiary hearing in September of 2022. That's how we know how Evelyn died, just how gruesome her death was, how callous her death was. That's how we know that. And we know the circumstances in which Evelyn was found. But there's a lot we don't know because everything else has been sealed. And I said, we're going to hear some revelations in this trial. We're going to hear a lot we don't know. Because there's some trials where you know a lot. Like the Letitia Stout case, I use as an example. We knew a lot. If you've been following, you know, the death of Gannon Stout, we knew a lot about that case. We didn't know everything that came out at trial. There were some things that genuinely surprised me. But we knew a lot. The Leilani Simon trial, again, there was some stuff we didn't know, but the basics we knew. It had all played out. It had all played out right in front of our eyes. But with this case, once Megan was arrested, that was it. Everything was sealed. And it's been so long that, you know, this happened 5 years ago. It's been so long that a lot of people have forgotten. They've even forgotten that this case existed. So this is genuinely going to be one of those trials where we have absolutely no idea what we're going to hear. And that's the first revelation, the very first revelation, that Ethan Perry wasn't Evelyn's dad, although he believed he was, because that's what Megan told him. So we don't know who Evelyn's biological father is. I'm assuming that they know this because of DNA testing. That once they found Evelyn, maybe they took a sample of Ethan's DNA. I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure it wasn't just a throwaway comment, though, by the prosecutor. I'm sure she has the evidence to back that up. I'm sure she's not going to just throw that out there. But, wow. I wonder at what point Ethan found out he wasn't Evelyn's dad. I wonder what point he found out. Not that he was involved in a care at all. You know, he was living his life. He was in the military. It wasn't like he was in the military and coming back to see Evelyn and, you know, I don't know, FaceTiming Evelyn every two days or whatever. He wasn't involved. Like that, him and Megan weren't together. But we are going to hear from Ethan. So that's going to be very interesting testimony when he testifies. That's going to be very interesting testimony. She really is Casey Anthony 2.0, yeah, because Casey Anthony wouldn't tell anyone who Kaylee's biological father was. I mean, I don't know that I don't know that we do know who Kaylee Anthony's biological father was. We know who is believed to be her father, but I don't think we know for sure. Have I managed to look at the message I sent you yet? Sentencing is tomorrow. Clara, I'm not sure what you're talking about, so no, I haven't seen your message. Sentencing for what? Sentencing for what case? We wanted to donate money for her funeral, but Ethan wouldn't allow it. He insisted on paying for it. Bless him. Bless him. Dear me. So I wonder what. At what point he found out. I wonder who told him that news. We still don't know who the dad is. No. I think there's going to be a lot that comes out. So we're expecting about 3 weeks, they said. So we're going to be here a while. Ethan lost his mother to cancer shortly after this came out. Oh, dear. Yeah, I was like, I'm glad I was sitting down, or else I would have fallen. I was like, wow. There's not that many people in the courtroom. Thought there'd be more people. Mind you, with it being televised, it's not like people have to queue up to get in to watch. Is it? Not like the farce that was the Delphi trial. Yeah, these monsters, they are absolutely disgusting. If there was any doubt whatsoever, any doubt at all, you know, that Megan hadn't done it and she got a legitimate reason why she believed that Evelyn was with someone else, and then I could have had some sympathy, but no, there's nothing that Megan Boswell has done that doesn't serve Megan Boswell. There's nothing that Megan Boswell has done to make me believe that she is factually innocent. Nothing. Right from the first time she was interviewed in the media, she was lying, and she was lying with a smile on her face. And then just doing some little sniffles when she felt she needed to cry. Yeah, I wish we could see her face, absolutely. Why no plea? It's just mad. Well, again, I don't understand why they haven't pled guilty to the lies, because surely they are easily demonstrated. But I can't see there's going to be much of a plea deal they would offer her, honestly, because this is so bad. This is so bad. I don't know what they could have offered her. So maybe she's not lost anything by taking it to trial, because it's not that this is a death penalty case. Like, they didn't go for the death penalty. So if they'd gone for the death penalty, maybe the plea deal would be, we'll take the death penalty off the table, and we'll give you life without parole, or life with the possibility of parole in 50 years or whatever. There's not a great deal I think that they could have offered her. I really don't think so. And also, if she's found guilty of all 3 counts of murder, it's not that she's murdered 3 people, so they can only actually sentence her once. So the other 2 charges of murder just get subsumed. And then the lesser charges, like all the lies, they all get subsumed as well. So if you give them life without the possibility of parole, and then let's say you get 5 years for each lie, well, it doesn't matter, because you've already got life without the possibility of parole. So you're going to be in jail forever anyway, till you die. So I just think that for the credibility factor, it might have been more strategic to have pled guilty to the lies and then said, yes, I lied, and own up for that. Or, yes, I lied. However, I wasn't the one that murdered her. Why didn't they go for the DP? Because she was only 18 at the time of the crime. I don't think she got any past record, and they didn't deem enough aggravating factors. The district attorney made a statement to the news as to why they'd not gone for the death penalty. But I think the main thing is she was only just an adult when the crime happened. She was 18 with no prior history. There wasn't more than one aggravating factor. That's right. Amber's got it right. Yeah. She wasn't DP eligible in Tennessee. Is her mum in court? I don't know. Look, Angela Boswell is a waste of space anyway. Angela Boswell's been in and out of jail, and the boyfriend that she'd taken up with at the point where Evelyn was missing, he was also a waste of space. So I don't know whether any of Megan's family are in the. If they pan back to the audience, we can keep up. We can have a look. I think we're coming back now. Hold on, I'll get rid of the multiple banners here. I can't. Better. All right, muting out.
Whoever's muting the Zoom, stop. I'll be in charge of muting the Zoom.
One stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the parade. I just want you to know that it wasn't the fault of any of the lawyers or the parties. It was just a procedural issue I had to take care of. Okay? Now, Mr. Scott, I believe you were about to begin your opening statement.
Don't really know where I was at.
Just start over.
I was. That was the first line. I don't really know where I was at, but when I averages, Ms. Massey goes, she's right about a lot of things. I mean, there's not a person in this courtroom who wants to be here discussing a dead child. Nobody. Not you all, not me. But the state asks you to convict Megan Boswell of first-degree murder. It's very interesting what they've done. They've asked you to convict Megan Boswell of first-degree murder in 3 different ways. They've asked you to find that it's a premeditated and intentional killing of her child. And then they're asking you to find that it's a murder that is perpetrated as part of child abuse. And then they're saying, well, if it's not that, surely it's because of child neglect. That's a problem. The state's theory is reasonable doubt in and of itself. They don't know what happened. They don't know how that child died, and they can't prove how that child died. I expect you'll hear from a couple of different medical examiners who come to somewhat the same conclusion, but one medical examiner, I think you'll hear from her, and she has a very interesting theory. But I would suggest to you that her theory is flawed, and the proof will show you why it's flawed. Just like yesterday, I was talking about in Vordaer, I think I asked a couple of you about the scientific method. And if you put in incorrect data, would you get incorrect results? And you will, if it's data significant. The state asks you, I anticipate this medical examiner, based on her testimony in another hearing, is going to say that this child was alive when it's placed in the trash can. But then again, the state says Megan's guilty of abuse of a corpse. Those theories are not consistent. They're not consistent with this. What the state hasn't talked to you about is the possibility of what if this was accidental? What if Megan or Hunter Wood rolled over on that child in the bed? And I find this unreasonable, honestly. I find it unreasonable that you roll over on your child in the bed and you don't call 911. And I'm 49 years old. I practiced law for close to 25 years. Mr. Harper talked about yesterday how your life experiences are different. Well, mine are certainly different than Megan's. When this child died, she was 18 years old. Now, you heard about what a great father Tommy Boswell was and how involved he was. What you didn't hear is Megan had that child because while she was in foster care. That's how involved Tommy Boswell was. She was in foster care when she had the child. I think you'll hear a lot in this trial about how she came up. And I like to tell people and I do tell people, I've never had a hard day in my life. I've never went hungry. I've never not had a place to live. I've never fought a war, and I've never lost a child. And I can't put myself in the position of someone who has lost a child. But that's what I'm going to ask you to do. Put yourself in Megan Boswell's position. She's 18 years old. She's got an older boyfriend. We expect the proof will be that he tells her, don't involve me with this. I don't want to be involved. Because they're scared they're going to get charged with something. That's going to be the proof in this case. And my reaction and your reaction would be different. I would certainly call 911. But I'm not 18 years old. And sometimes I think back to myself and I say, I would have called 911 at 18 years old. But I probably would. But I know a lot of people at 18 years old that wouldn't. Their life experience is different. Their maturity is different. If any of you have kids, some of you probably know that. Now, I want to talk to you about about the indictment itself. We entered a not guilty plea to each and every count, and we're persisting in that. But that probably seems disingenuous to some of you guys about certain things, and I want to explain why. Counts 7 through 17 charge false report. And to find a false report, they have alleged that she has acted with the intent to obstruct or hinder an officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring. Well, the case of the death of her daughter, the death had already occurred when she gave those statements. So it's not to hinder an officer in preventing the offense now, or from continuing to occur. That's the first thing. So you have to determine, is she criminally responsible? Did she lie to the police? She absolutely lied to the police. I'm not contesting that. Some of the stuff she said, again, are an 18-year-old girl scared to death, talking to a TBI agent, talking to a police officer, and trying to explain this. She doesn't want to get in trouble. It doesn't mean she murdered her child. It doesn't mean she killed her child. What it means is that's her perception that she's going to get in trouble for this. And despite all the assertions to the contrary by the state, this is a trial, and I want to choose my words carefully. Ms. Massengill talks about Evelyn. How to get this right for Evelyn. Get justice for Evelyn. And I want you to hear me out before you judge my statement. There's nothing you all are going to do that's going to change anything for Evelyn. Not a thing. The child is gone. Your job here today, and in the coming days and weeks, is to decide whether Megan's actions are criminal or whether they're not criminal. I'm not asking you to find her innocent of anything, because that's not your function. Your job is to determine whether the state can prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty that she committed each and every element of the offenses charged. And you're not going to be able to do that. Their theories are absolutely inconsistent. Premeditated murder, oh, well, if we can't prove that, maybe we'll get her by neglect. And I would suggest to you that the investigation into this case, once it focused on Megan Boswell, it focused on Megan Boswell. You'll see what little investigation there was into Hunter Wood, the boyfriend they talk about. It's like he's out of the picture. It's just Megan that did this. But we expect the proof will show you that he was involved with it, that he placed that baby there, that he had access to that property. That he'd been a lifelong friend of Megan's brother, Collin Boswell Jr., who goes by Mike. He knew where that stuff was. Now, there are other things about the body and how it was found that doesn't come out in the proof. And I'll bring those to your attention later. But they will show you that baby wasn't placed in that trash can dead. They will indicate to you that baby was probably moved. Also, I want to touch again on this massive Gill's talk about Collin Boswell. Collin Boswell just had an epiphany. Well, he had an epiphany after they searched his property over and over, after they had run a cadaver dog by that building where the baby was that didn't get on it. Then one day he'll just pick up the phone and say, "Hey, I just got to thinking, Megan had this playhouse down here. Maybe you should come and search it." Cadaver dog didn't get it. Seems strange that the TBI searches your property and you would say, search all the buildings. Look at the playhouse. Why? Why do you have an epiphany days later? I bet I know where the child is. You'll hear from him. You'll hear him explain it. You can make your determination if you believe it. But ultimately, your task was determining whether Megan killed that child. The child could have died of sudden death syndrome. It's on the upper range of sudden death syndrome, but it's still there. And that child, I think that child's date of birth is middle of November. So when we say a 13-month-old child, the child was barely 13 months. Could have died from that. It could have died from somewhere around the open, as they believe. Just negative. And certainly, disposing of that body the way we disposed of it is not excusable. It doesn't excuse anything. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't mean she's wrong. It doesn't mean that. I want to talk to you about the last count that we pled not guilty to on abuse or failure to report a suspicious death. And as indicted, the state chose to indict that where the death was from violence, trauma, or any suspicious or unusual or unnatural manner. Now, I can't deny she didn't report it. She didn't report it. There's no denying that. But what I would tell you is what that indictment leaves out is a key part of that statute. And had it included that, I would have pled guilty, had her plead guilty to that. And that talks about where the unexpected death of a child is severe health or sudden if death syndrome. Had that have been included, should have stood up and said, "I'm guilty of that. I did that." It's not included because the indictment wants to make it that she committed a violent offense against the child. Lying to the police, improper disposal of the body, or whatever part she played in that, doesn't mean she murdered the child. It means she was an 18-year-old girl that came. That's what you have to think about when you hear this proof. That's all I've got to say to you. I thank you for your time and attention. I know I'll probably cross-examine you. A lot of you fairly hard the other day. And I mean no disrespect by that. I just want you to know the jury selection process. I did that because we have to have jurors that, you know, make sure that you can be a good juror. That's the only reason. I mean, absolutely no disrespect. If I'm hard on you, I apologize for that, but I don't apologize for standing up for me.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. General 21st witness.
Stay with call agent Brian Fraley.
Raise your right hand, please, forward, please.
State your name.
Brian Fraley.
Solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir, I believe.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
If you would introduce yourself to the jury, please.
Good morning. My name is Brian Fraley, and I'm a special agent with Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Agent Fraley, how long have you been with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
19 years.
What is your current position or assignment there?
Senior special agent out of the Johnson City office, assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division.
Agent Fraley, were you called upon to assist in the investigation into the disappearance and subsequently the death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. And do you remember when that was that you were called out to assist in that?
Yes, sir. It was February 19th of 2020.
Okay. And what was your role when you first got called out?
Myself and other agents were called to assist Special Agent Brian Pritchard. He had been called to Sullivan County to assist Sullivan County Sheriff's Department on an Amber Alert on the 18th of the previous day.
Okay. And so when you were first called out, this investigation was in regards to a missing child. Is that correct?
That's correct. Special Agent Pritchard had been contacted on a missing person case that involved Evelyn Boswell. Tennessee Bureau of Investigation is the only state agency that can actually issue Amber Alerts. We were informed that the initial complaint by a family member being the grandfather of Evelyn was Tommy Boswell through Department of Children's Services, also known as DCS, who had contacted the referral to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department. Sullivan County Sheriff's Department got that referral, contacted us, and Special Agent Pritchard responded after going through a checklist that is required. Instead of just a regular missing person or missing child case, certain things have to be checked off or validated in order to issue a full-blown Amber Alert.
And Agent Fraley, I know you work for the TBI. Were there other law enforcement agencies that were involved in this investigation?
Yes, sir. Once it went to a full Amber Alert, which is probably our highest priority at TBI, the FBI was called. Obviously, Sullivan County Sheriff's Department investigators were already involved along with Agent Pritchard. But once we were involved, we have a specific team just for Amber Alert cases out of Nashville. Of other agents and a specialized team of trained agents called a CART team, and that's a child abduction response team. And these agents are experts in child abduction, Amber Alert type cases. So within hours of the Amber Alert being issued, and certified, there was approximately 40 to 50 FBI, TBI, Sullivan County investigators, and intelligence analysts assigned to this case.
So a number of agents across a number of agencies, all out there, essentially, at least initially, looking for a missing child. Is that a
Yes,
fair
sir.
statement?
That's
Okay.
correct.
All right. And so over the first couple days of your investigation, did you participate in or were you aware of interviews that were done with the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir. Megan Boswell provided statements to a numerous amount of investigators early on, including me.
All right. And would it be a fair statement to say that she gave you multiple different versions about what had happened and where her child might be located?
Yes, sir. Repeated stories that we tracked down that turned out to be lies. We're
Objection, Your Honor. No, that's speculation.
That's the word lies.
May I continue?
Yes.
Just different statements that she had provided that turned out to be leads that we tracked down over the course of several days and several weeks.
All right. And I guess let me ask you this way, Agent Fraley. Okay, I'm sorry. Were you all ever able to locate Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir, we were.
All right. And was that as a result of information? Well, I guess go ahead and tell me how it was that you were able to.
So on March 6th, which this is fast forwarding 17 days since I was brought in with other investigators, 18 days since the initial report on February 18th, we'd been working around the clock. And like I said, there was 40 to 50 of us working, and a phone call was received by Tommy Boswell. Tommy Boswell had called in. And March 6th, 2020 was a Friday. And we had worked, like I said, 18 days. And we had come to a point in the investigation where we had decided we need a break. We had exhausted a lot of resources, time, and we were at a place where we didn't feel we should go on at that time. We should take a break, and it was a good pause point, if you will. So on the afternoon of March 6th, again, it was a Friday, the plan was the investigators to go home, reset physically and mentally. We were exhausted, and try to just get a sense of normalcy, if you will, over the weekend and come back Monday. If anything would have come up, we would have responded. But in late afternoon on the March 6th, on the Friday, Tommy Boswell called in. So we agreed, the four of us, myself, Special Agent Gratz, who's also another TBI agent, investigator Tracy Raz, who is a Sullivan County detective at the time, and investigator Michelle Gillum, who was an investigator at the time. We'd been working together for those weeks. We decided, let me back up. Mr. Boswell reported that he wasn't sure if there was a storage.
Objection is what Mr. Boswell says.
Well, Judge, I'm not offering further.
Sustained.
Agent Fraley, as a result of the call that you got, and let's step back a little bit. Tommy Boswell is the defendant's father. Is that correct?
Yes, Megan's father and Evelyn's grandfather.
All right. As a result of the phone call that you received from Mr. Boswell, what did you all do next?
We went to Mr. Boswell property located on Muddy Creek to conduct a search there.
All right. And is that property located in Sullivan County?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I think it's 539
All right.
Muddy Creek Road.
All right. Agent Fraley, in the course of your investigation while you were out there, did you create a sketch or diagram of the Boswell property?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. If I could, I'm going to hand you a document, ask you if you can identify what's shown.
Excuse me. This is a hand-drawn document. It's a sketch of like an aerial view of the property there at Mr. Boswell's at 539 Muddy Creek Road, Bluntville, Tennessee.
All right. And does that diagram accurately show the layout or the placements of various sheds, outbuildings, trailers, roadways there on the property?
Yes, sir, it does.
All right. Judge, we would move to make that exhibit number 6.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Be full exhibit 6.
And if we could, I'd like to publish that to the jury.
Are you gonna use the yellow thing?
Well, and Judge, Agent Fraley may need to step down. I don't know if he can. I may need him to step down for the witness. I don't know if you can. If I could hand him a laser pointer.
Okay. He needs to, that's fine. As long as we can pick him up on.
I can see that.
Can you
from-
see it okay
Yes,
from there?
sir.
I didn't know if you would be able to. All right. Are you okay from
Yes, sir. I can see that.
shooting?
And I have it in front of me as well
Okay.
on my screen.
All right. If you would kind of point out, I guess, the major landmarks that are shown there in the diagram.
Yes, sir. So this top house here is Tommy Boswell's, as it was described to us. This resident here was a mobile home that was described as his mother's. This is the shed that we had information on right there. That's like a yard barn or an outbuilding. And then here is notated as what we described and what was described as a playhouse.
I don't know what happened.
Hold on a second.
It's like it lost your speed.
Judge, it's not connected.
You want to just stick it
I
in?
was going to say, if you'll just hand me the.
You gotta drag it up. That's stay up.
It did. Let me-
There you go.
You need me to disconnect the laptop, Judge? or-
This, I can
You can-
change it.
Okay.
Zoom in and out. There you go. Continue.
Continue, please.
All right. So yes, right here, behind that shed or yard barn, if you will, was a playhouse, and it's noted Playhouse ROE. ROE is an acronym for us for Recovery of Evidence, which was the body of Evelyn Boswell. Up in the right-hand corner is my notes are like a key to this, which indicates the date, our case number, the location, and my signature with the date, notating that I was the one that drew this sketch.
Agent Fraley, you've got the driveway shown through the middle part of that diagram there. Was there any sort of gate or anything that, as far as being able to enter or exit the property?
I recall, I think there was a gate at the bottom from Muddy Creek Road to the driveway.
All right. Okay. Now, Agent Fraley, you identified an outbuilding that was there on the property. You said that's where you went first.
That's correct.
Okay. And I guess tell us what you found or what you observed when you went to that outbuilding.
What was found there were multiple boxes of belongings of Megan Boswell that contained a variety of items specific to a young child. I recall there were clothing items, diapers, medicines, toys, those kind of things were the most common thing in those boxes.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to show you 3 photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
And so the first one is the yard barn or shed that was described and depicted in the sketch. The home there to the right was, our understanding, Tommy's mother. The second, that's the first one. The second one is the same yard barn or shed, except in this one it has a picture of the what we were describing as a playhouse behind it. And then the third and final one is a closer photograph of the yard barn or shed with those items I just described.
And those photos accurately show how that shed or outbuilding looked when you arrived there on March the 6th, 2020.
Yes, sir, it does.
Judge, we would move to make those the next exhibits, which I think are 7, 8, and 9.
Any objection?
No, sir.
How do you want to display those?
Well, I'll take another
Shot?
shot at trying to use the laptop.
General, which order did you want these pictures marked?
Whatever.
I want them the way you described them. First one, the yard barn with the home. Second one's the yard barn with the playhouse behind it. Third one's the close section of the yard barn behind it.
May I see those? Make sure you've got the. All right, Agent Fraley, I've got up on the screen what's been introduced as Exhibit 7. If you would tell the jury what they're looking at.
So this is the yard barn or shed that I was describing. This was the home that was described to us as Tommy Boswell's mother. And then the items there that you can see with the open door inside of the shed or yard barn.
And next is Exhibit 8.
Yes, sir. Again, the yard barn with the door open, showing those items described. And this building here behind the yard barn is what I described and is notated on my sketch as the playhouse where Evelyn's body was recovered.
Next, Exhibit 9.
Yeah, again, that's just a closer photograph of the yard barn or shed with those items I described placed inside there.
All right. Did you participate in, or I guess, what did you all do with the items that were that you saw located in that outbuilding there?
Those were obviously photographed and documented as what they were processed.
All right. Did you participate in that process, or were you just?
Yeah, I think primarily the two inside there actually searching, going through the items was Special Agent David Gratz and Investigator Tracy Arras.
Was that the end of your investigation or what you did there on the property?
No, sir, it was not.
Okay. What did you all do next?
So we continued looking and led us to look inside the playhouse.
Right.
And we searched it.
And what did you find, if anything, upon looking in the playhouse?
There were, once the door was opened, right inside the door, as the opening of the door, was a trash can, like a tall kitchen model, common trash can, and 2 bags of trash beside of it.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to show you a number of photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
Yes, sir. The first one I'm reviewing is a standalone picture of what I described as the playhouse that was by. Okay. The second one is a closer of the playhouse, a closer proximity with the door open. The third picture is the same thing with the door open. Third one is a closer photograph with the door open. It does depict, the third one depicts the trash can with the bags of trash, as does the second one depicting the trash can. The first one, the door was closed. The next one depicting an open door with the trash bags and the trash can. The next one, assorted items that were inside the playhouse. And they appeared at that time. They had been there longer than the trash can and trash bags. Again, picture from outside the playhouse looking in where the trash bag or the trash can was. And it's a closer picture that depicts a black trash bag in the top portion of the trash can. The next one is a picture of an area inside the playhouse that had this assorted items there that again appeared to be there for some time with dust and cobwebs on them. Next picture is another picture from right at the doorway. Again, the trash can, the trash bags. Again, another picture of the trash can with the trash bag, or the trash bags. There's other items around these. I keep talking about the trash bags and the trash can because they were relevant to us because they looked like they had recently been put there. These other items had dust and cobwebs and looked like they'd been there for years, undisturbed. The last photograph I have is this is my hand in the picture. It's pulling back. It's over the trash can with what appeared to be a leg and a foot of a baby or a baby doll. It appeared at the time with the fleece blanket and the purple onesie, the clothing that had been described to us by Megan Boswell.
When you made the observation that you made in you described in the last photograph, did you do anything else with the trash can prior to the medical examiner's office?
No, sir. At that time, we didn't. We stopped what we were doing. We'd found we'd found Evelyn, and we made phone calls. We had called the DA's office, advising them that we'd found her. We've called our chain of command, our supervisors, and the medical examiner's office, along with forensic pathology out of Johnson City, and waited till all those personnel arrived.
Okay. Agent Fraley, the photographs that you just described and identified, do they truly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it inside the Playhouse on March the 6th of 2020?
Yes, sir, it does.
Judge, we would move to introduce those as full exhibits at this time.
No objection.
There'll be full exhibits on 2 weeks to pass. I didn't write it all down. Start for 10.
Ten through 19, Judge.
Okay. Judge, if I could, I'd like to publish those to the jury. All right. Agent Fraley, I'm going to start with Exhibit 10.
Yes, sir.
You would describe what the jury's looking at.
That's a playhouse that was located behind the yard barn.
And if we're looking at it that way, the outbuilding would be where?
The outbuilding yard barn shed, as described, would be to the left out of the picture back this way from the yard barn or from the playhouse.
All right. And the door, as we're looking at it, that door was closed when you arrived.
Yes, sir. That's how we found it.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 11.
Same playhouse with the door open. And if you look inside the door right here, this white trash can is the trash can that I was describing as I was reviewing the photographs.
As you opened the door, was anything disturbed or moved, or, I mean, did anything shift?
No, sir. Nothing fell out onto you. As you can see, there's a front porch there. It was opened, and it is as it's seen. Obviously, trash cans kind of tilted where it is there, and the other items throughout the playhouse.
So the only difference between the prior photograph we looked at and this one is that the door, you all have opened the door so that you could see inside. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 12.
Same, obviously, playhouse, just from a different angle. You can see the trash can there on the left, and those two, you can see the main portion of one bag and partial portion, excuse me, of a second trash bag, two white trash bags there. Obviously, other items, the blue tote, the brown piece of furniture, and other items there.
Now we're looking at Exhibit 13.
Yeah, again, there at the playhouse, just a closer angle or closer photograph right inside the door.
You mentioned earlier that it looked like or appeared to you that some of the items had been there for quite a while, and that some of them did not.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything in that photograph that indicates that to you or that you could see?
Yes, sir. So the trash can and the two bags appeared to me that they had been placed there recently. The other items, like I said, the blue tote, those other things, these right here, that cardboard box, these items back here on the shelf, they just look dated and like they'd been undisturbed for quite some time because, again, they had dust and cobwebs located throughout the playhouse, except for that portion right there, right at the front door.
Now I'll show you Exhibit 14.
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at there?
Same thing. That's right inside the playhouse to the right. If you just stuck your head into the playhouse from the doorway, this would be to the right. And again, these items you can see specifically on this bag here. Well, a lot of these things, it's just dust covered, indicating to me that it had been there a while.
Agent Fairley, if you're looking at the lower right-hand corner of the photograph, is that the door frame right
This
there?
is the right-hand door frame with the clasp for a lock. So yeah, again, like I said, if you were standing outside, just peering inside, that's kind of the angle or the view that's depicted in this photograph.
All right. Now showing you Exhibit 15.
Yes. The trash can again, this is taken from outside the doorway. This is me here. So the photograph depicts me, and then inside here, and the trash can with the black trash bag unraveled at that point.
Had the trash bag been pulled up out of the trash can, or was that
Just kind of like the top was opened.
All right.
The trash bag remained in the trash can, but the top was opened.
Now showing you Exhibit 16.
Again, looking inside, it was a very small playhouse. I don't recall the dimensions, but maybe 10 by 10, 12 by 12, small floor plan with that. And then those were steps leading up to like a little loft inside that playhouse. Again,
This is Exhibit 17.
Yes,
Sorry,
sir.
Go ahead.
Again, just another photograph of the trash can and the two bags. There's a keyboard there, a piece of furniture. Again, the blue tote. Just multiple pictures of kind of like the same thing, same angle, same point of view. Just multiple pictures of that. Again, the trash can again.
This is Exhibit 18.
Yes,
the
sir.
record. Sorry.
Again, the trash can with the black trash bag inside the trash can, blue tote, other items there inside the playhouse.
Agent Fairley, there appears to be something on the inside of the white trash can. Were you able to?
Right there. Right there.
Okay. What is that we're seeing or looking at?
I can't see clearly what that is. I don't know if there's another piece
Okay.
of trash bag. Or,
Okay. And Exhibit 19.
Again, after this was that black trash bag portion had been pulled away, this was the next layer down inside the trash can, which contained Evelyn Boswell's body, clothed in a pink fleece onesie with penguins and a gray and white fleece blanket.
All right.
What the portion of the body that you see there is her leg.
Okay. Did you in any way disturb or move or do anything with the contents of the trash can?
No, the glove in the top portion of that is my hand, pulling that back to confirm and take a photograph. That was the only thing we disturbed,
Okay.
if you will,
All right.
to take the photograph. And then at that point we stopped and then made the appropriate phone calls to the medical examiner, forensic pathologist, our chain of command, and the DA's office.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So what happened after you made those phone calls as far as the investigation was concerned?
So after that, like I said, all these people arrive, and our concern is to process the evidence. We did so at the direction of the forensic pathologist. And so what decision was made was on that front porch of that playhouse, which was just right outside the doorway, was to place a body bag there on the front porch. Open, they unzip and they open. So we placed a body bag there, and I brought the trash can out, and we started removing the contents of the trash can onto the body bag that was opened.
All right. And did you participate in that process with folks from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir. It was Laura Parsons, who works with the forensic pathology, and Dr. Matrina Schmidt, who is the forensic pathologist there.
And so you actually helped them and assisted them in removing the body from the trash can?
Yes, sir. Like I said, the body bag was there, and I removed the contents and the body of Evelyn Boswell onto the body bag where we could start processing what was inside the trash can, which additional evidence was in addition to the body of Evelyn.
And was this whole entire process photographed?
Yes, sir, it was.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to hand you some photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
The first one is, as I just described, the body bag that's unzipped and placed on the front porch on top of paper. I think it was butcher paper we rolled out, but the first one is me removing the contents of the trash can, which included Evelyn's body. That's my arm in the top portion of that photograph. The second one continues that bag and the contents, Evelyn's body, being removed onto the body bag. The third one, the bag is out of the trash can at that point, and placed onto the body bag. The same contents, different angle, but it now has a evidence marker number 4 beside that. The trash bag and contents. Your Honor, if I need to slow down, I will. The next picture is the trash bag with me pulling back the trash bag, showing what's inside. That depicts a gray and white fleece blanket, and you can see where my hand is. It's a gloved hand. There's some aluminum foil there, evidence marker number 4. Again, a wide angle of the same thing once the trash bag has been removed. It's my hand there in the picture. It shows the body of Evelyn Boswell that's underneath these layers of items. That includes aluminum foil and the gray and white fleece blanket. You can also see some portion of the clothing. Evelyn was wearing the pink onesie fleece with the penguins. The next photograph is an opening of the trash bag that Evelyn was inside of, that shows different items in the bottom of that trash bag, eggshells, fluids of human decomposition, and other items. That's my hand in the top, my foot in the top portion of that photograph. The next photograph is again the same trash bag with the contents that I just described, with the body of Evelyn to the right of that. That's going to be her head and upper portion of her body that's wrapped in this aluminum foil. The next photograph is just the body, again in the same state, with the aluminum foil, the blanket, the onesie. However, in this one with some body fluids that have come out onto the body bag, but there are also some pupa, that is insects, basically in between a larvae stage and an adult stage that were inside the bag as well. That's common with human decomposition. Next picture, same description, same things with that evidence marker number 4. Next picture, different angle, same description, the body of Evelyn, the aluminum foil, the purple onesie with penguins clothing, evidence marker with the insects there. The next picture, we start removing the layers at the direction of the forensic pathologist, the doctor. And this next picture is us removing the aluminum foil that was wrapped tightly around the head of Evelyn. And this is shows my hands and Laura Parsons' hands, who works there at the forensic pathologist office. Next picture, same thing. We're continuing to remove the aluminum foil from her head. So this is the first picture that shows the head of Evelyn and her upper torso. And her head is in a backward position, situated abnormally, where the body had been shoved, that we believe down into the bottom of the trash can. Next picture is same picture, body of Evelyn with the aluminum foil removed, showing advanced decomposition, some body fluids there lying on the body bag. The next picture is a same picture, the body of Evelyn wrapped in this this fleece blanket with the purple onesie, just a different angle on the body bag. Next picture, same thing, a different angle. And then the next picture is where, again, is describing how we're processing this, is removing it a layer at a time. So this is a picture depicting the first part of removing the fleece blanket from Evelyn's body. And then the next picture, it's a black and white photograph with the fleece blanket removed and just showing the body of Evelyn, advanced decomposition. Again, the pupa there, which was numerous of the insect activity. And then a color photograph, the last photograph, same picture of Evelyn's body in the pink fleece onesie there on the body bag with human bodily fluids around her head area.
Agent Fraley, the photos that you just described, are they a true and accurate depiction of the process that you all went through?
Yes, sir.
That night in removing Evelyn's body from the trash can?
Yes, sir, in the different stages of removing layers.
Judge, we would move to make those full exhibits this time.
So, Judge.
This first one, 20.
First was 20, I don't know. Are there going to be more serious things?
Yes. Well,
Count them.
yes. Yes.
Yeah, the screen froze. I don't know whether it was them or me. They haven't missed anything, though, I don't think. No, I think the screen froze for everybody. Weird.
And Judge, I would ask at this time if we publish those to the jury. I'll start with Exhibit 20. Agent Friendly, if you would describe for the jurors what they're seeing in this photograph.
So this is after we removed the trash can from inside the playhouse. Like I said, this is my arm, and it's the first stage of removing the contents of that trash can that included the body of Evelyn. Next picture
Now
is
looking at 21.
okay. This next picture is again the continuing process where the bag is almost removed from the trash can that contained the same items. That's my hand there, and the top portion of that, Laura Parsons' hand here, who's from the forensic pathologist department.
Now Exhibit 22.
Again, my hand and arm here with the contents of what was inside the trash can, same contents, the bag with containing Evelyn's body.
Exhibit 23.
This is the bag removed and placed. This is the body bag explained with the evidence marker with me here in the background.
And at this point in time, the bag has been completely removed from the trash can.
Yes, sir, it has.
Now showing you Exhibit 24.
Yes, sir. That's my hand there, starting to remove or peel back that trash can or trash bag, and the first portion of removing that layer that shows again the fleece, the gray and white fleece blanket, and then over here you start to see the aluminum foil that had covered Evelyn's head.
All right. So just so that the jury is orientated as far as the photograph is concerned, Evelyn's head, as you all found it, is in the left. As we're looking at the photograph on the left side.
As we're looking at this photograph, her head would be right underneath where my hand is, covered in this aluminum foil. It's still inside the bag at this point.
Now looking at Exhibit 25.
This is just the first photograph of Evelyn's body outside the trash bag. The trash bag has now been fully separated from Evelyn's body. Again, the evidence marker number 4. This is my hand here removing and holding the bag. This would be her head on this side of the photograph with her feet on this side of the photograph. Again, as I've described earlier, the head was wrapped in this aluminum foil.
All right. And just so we're clear for the record, when you're describing the head, that's as we're looking at the photograph, that's on the left side.
Yes, sir, on the left. If you can see that pointer, that's where that's at, but facing that that photograph, the head's on the left-hand side, the feet on the right-hand side.
Reconnect the judge.
It has, but it's just got your blue screen. It's not doing anything. Your laptop may have low battery. I don't know if it's plugged in.
Just use the Elmo Judge.
Well, I mean, I've got the blue screen, but I don't know if it's, to me, it's not showing the picture. You should see what I'm seeing on the table. That monitoring account.
I'm just going to use the Elmo Judge.
See, yeah, push it all the way. Push it all the way. This is 26.
This is 25, Judge. Okay. I believe we got disconnected. Agent Fraley, you were describing looking at the photograph. Evelyn's head is to the left where the foil is that correct?
That's correct. Looking as we're seeing it, the left here, this foil is her head, and down near the item marker number 4 is her feet.
Once you back it up, on the very top of the dial.
In exhibit 26.
Yes, sir. My hand here. Another set of hands, Laura Parsons here. It's looking down into the trash bag that that Evelyn's body was pushed down into, and like I said, there is just assorted trash, eggshells, human decomposition fluids, and then on the right hand portion in the lower section here is that aluminum foil and the blanket with the body of Evelyn right there.
And that's right after you all had removed the body from the trash bag.
Yes, sir.
I'll show you exhibit 27.
Again, a similar depiction of the last photograph, just it's a wider angle that's kind of showing the aluminum foil that's kind of formed around her head with the rest of her body there down to probably about her upper torso. Again, here talked about the aluminum foil head again, the rest of the body. Right here's what I'm describing as the insect activity of mid stages of pupa. That is basically in between the larvae section and the adult section of the insect typical as flies.
Now looking at exhibit 29.
Again, just a different angle of Evelyn's body that's underneath these layers of aluminum foil, fleece blanket, down to her clothing, the purple fleece onesie with the penguins. And
At this point in time, you all have not removed any of the items from the body. Is that correct?
no, sir. No. Again, what we tried to do at the direction of the medical examiner and forensic pathologist was remove these in layers. As you see, that's each picture's best we could do is a layer, taking it through the trash can to the trash bag to the aluminum foil to the fleece blanket down to the purple onesie.
Now looking at exhibit 30.
Again, this is kind of just stepping overhead, looking down, same photograph, Evelyn's body with the foil and the fleece blanket and the evidence marker number 4.
Now, Exhibit 31.
That's the first, again, as I've described, taking this by layers. So this is us removing the aluminum foil from Evelyn's head.
And if you would, describe for the jury the processing. Was this a difficult process? Was it easy? How was the foil attached?
The foil was attached. It was compressed. It never occurred to me that when the body of Evelyn was placed or forced or shoved into this trash can, that this was a piece of foil that was just kind of put on there. This appeared to me to be formed around her head with the contours of the face, the eye sockets, how they're concave. This was formed. It wasn't just happened to be there and the body of Evelyn placed there and it just happened to meet up. It was formed.
So did it take you all a while to remove the foil from the body?
Not long, no. Like I said, once we got there, we Laura Parsons and I separated the layers, as you can see depicting in these photographs. And that's as far as we went. Once we got I think the next one will be the fleece blanket. But once we got to the body of Evelyn in her clothing, which was this purple fleece onesie with penguins on it, we stopped, and I'll continue at that point.
All right. I'm going to show you Exhibit 32.
Right. Again, this is just a next step, continuing removing that foil from Evelyn's head.
Okay. And at this point, it looks like you all have essentially removed all the foil.
Yeah. Yes,
around
sir.
her head.
Yeah. It's off of the head and being pulled away by Laura Parsons.
Now I'm going to show you 33.
Okay. Now this is a photograph of where we're at with the processing with the aluminum foil removed from her head. So this is her body with the next layer, which would have been that gray and white fleece blanket. Again, what I described earlier, this here appeared to us to be, this fluid here was just bodily fluids of human, consistent with human decomposition.
It's somewhat kind of tough to tell because the way it's faced there, but is the blanket up there, is that around the head as well?
So the head is here. This is her right arm. She would be facing to the top portion of this picture, but her head was in a manner that it was backwards. It wasn't normal as I'm sitting here or you're sitting here. It was backwards, and that's hard to depict here, but her body in this photograph is facing to the top of the photograph with her head tilted backwards toward the bottom of the photograph. That's her right hand right there. That dark portion out of that fleece, that purple fleece onesie, and the color is very dark because of the advanced stages of human decomposition.
Now showing you Exhibit 34.
So again, this is the same stage in that, where this is on the other side of the body, this being the head, this being the hand I just described, the pink, purple onesie with penguins, and the gray and white fleece blanket.
All right. And again, from this angle, are we looking at the blanket there pulled up around the head?
Yes, sir. It's covering like it had been pulled up and over the head. So that is the head on the right-hand side of this photograph, with the feet on the left-hand side of this photograph.
Now showing you Exhibit 35.
This is, again, same Evelyn's head on the left this time. Her body facing to the top of this photograph and starting to remove the gray and white fleece blanket from her body. This is her leg down here. That's like the foot in a onesie that has those treads, so they have traction when they walk. So that's going to be her right foot and right leg on that.
And now showing you exhibit 36.
Again, that's the next picture of the removal from the of the fleece blanket, the gray and white fleece blanket with her body there. And you see, again, that's going to be her right arm there and her right hand right there.
Now showing you exhibit 37.
Yes, sir. This is a black and white photo, obviously. Her facing the top of the photograph. This is her right hand. Again, even though it's black and white, it's the consistent with the pictures you saw on the purple fleece onesie with the penguins. And this is her head to the right side of this picture.
As we're looking at that onesie, had it been disturbed, or does that show the onesie as you all?
That's as we finally removed the fleece blanket. That's the next layer as we found it.
Okay, so the onesie was open.
Yes.
And, sorry, hold on a second. Now I'm going to show you exhibit number 38.
Again, this is the body of Evelyn. That's her head. There's her legs and feet. There's her right hand there on that body bag.
If we can, I'd like to go back. I'm going to show you exhibit 37 again.
Okay.
I don't know if it's
The black and white
yeah, it's
photograph.
black and white photograph. Which is, as we're looking at the photograph, where is Evelyn's face?
So this is her head on the right-hand side of this photograph. Her body is facing to the top of the photograph, so her face would be right in here on the back side of, kind of looking at the back of her head. Again, it's advanced decomposition.
And the fact that there was advanced decomposition, did that affect your all's ability to be able to, or how you were able to process the scene there?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, in conference and at the direction, the medical examiner, the team from forensic center there. Once we got to this last picture of where we were at, the call was made, hey, we're going to stop here. We'll seal her body in the body bag, transport her to the forensic center for an autopsy at that point. And we continued processing the scene there for collecting the items. And we took those items to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, just where we had better lighting, better environment to log and process evidence items that were also discovered.
We're going to go from one set of photos to another set of photos.
Yes.
Just leave that thing.
Okay.
Because when you put it down, the electronic disconnects from the system. It's like,
Agent Fraley, you described the process of, I guess, taking the other items, the trash bags that you recovered from there, removing them from the scene and then taking them to the sheriff's office. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a series. So I believe it's 6 photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
This first photograph is a picture looking over the top of the trash can, looking down in it. In the bottom of that, the most notable item is a Martha White chocolate chip wrapper with other items.
Was that the trash can the body was found in?
Yes, sir, it was. The next one is a photograph of the trash can with Evelyn still in it at this time. This was an earlier photograph taken prior to the removal of Evelyn in the trash can. What's important and noted here is a piece of chewing gum that is attached to the inside wall of the trash can. The next photograph is after I removed the trash can and the trash bags from inside the playhouse and just set them out on the porch of the playhouse prior to going through the pictures we just looked at, processing the removal of the layers leading to the body of Evelyn. Just another picture, trash can. Evelyn still remains in there. You also see the chewing gum on the inside wall of trash can there, and the other bags of trash. This next one is the 2 bags of trash that was removed from the playhouse with the trash can. Another angle of those 2 bags of trash that was removed from the playhouse there on the front porch of the playhouse.
So were there any other items besides those 2 bags of trash and the trash can that were taken out of the playhouse?
Not that I recall. It was all the trash bags and what remaining contents of the trash can.
Okay. The 6 photos that you just described and identified, do they true and accurately depict those items as you found them on
Yes,
March
sir.
the 6th, 2020?
Yes, sir, they do.
Judge, we would move to introduce those, I believe it's exhibits 39 through 44.
Go, Judge. Full exhibits 39.
Not asked to publish those to the jury at this time, Judge. Agent Fraley, we're going to start with exhibit 39.
Yes, sir. Again, top view looking down into the trash can. And like I said, the most notable thing that's descriptive is a Martha White chocolate chip cookie bag.
Anything else in the trash can besides that on the bottom? Is that
There's
is that what was found when you removed the trash bag?
yeah. So once we removed the body of the trash bag that contained the body, this was in the bottom of that.
Now showing you exhibit 40.
Yes, again, a top view again of the trash can that shows the fleece blanket and chewing gum there on the inside wall of the trash can.
And if you would just kind of point out or
No, I'm
use
sorry,
the laser
yeah.
pointer to show what.
Yeah, so this right here, it's a piece of chewing gum that was removed, collected as evidence, and sent to our crime lab. And again, there's that fleece blanket that we've been going through earlier.
All right. So that was taken before the body was removed from the.
Yes, sir.
Now showing you Exhibit 41.
Again, this was prior to processing. This was just simply removing those items. That includes the trash can and these 2 trash bags from inside the playhouse. That's prior to laying out the body bag and removing the trash bag with Evelyn's body onto this front porch. But this is where that all of that was processed in the field prior to transporting Evelyn to the forensic center for autopsy, and prior to collecting, processing, bagging, and packaging the items, the other items, to go to our TBI lab for analysis. Again, same.
Exhibit 42.
Yes, sir. Same picture, or same items, just different angle. 2 trash bags, trash can.
And again, that was taken before you all had.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 43.
Just the 2 trash bags with the trash can out of the view of this particular photograph.
And finally, Exhibit 44.
Again, just a different angle of those 2 trash bags without the trash can in that photograph. And both of those are, like I said, we're on the front porch of the playhouse.
Okay. And those 2 trash bags, you all, when I say you all, I mean law enforcement took them and inventoried what was in there.
Yes, sir.
Later on, is that correct?
Yes, and any evidence that was collected that we believe to be probative was sent to our lab for examination.
Agent Fraley, I know you did and you've described a number of different things that you did in the course of this investigation. Did you personally interview Ms. Boswell during this whole process?
Yes, sir, I did.
And in the course of your interviews with her, at some point in time, did she make a statement to you in which she finally admitted that Evelyn, in fact, was not missing, but was in fact dead?
Yes, sir. On February 25th, at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Jonathan Licklauder and I interviewed Megan.
Okay. And at that time, she told you all that, in fact, Megan was deceased. Is that
Yes,
right?
she,
Okay.
that among other things as well.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
During that interview, did she describe or give any description of the clothing that Evelyn was wearing?
She did. Described a purple fleece onesie with penguins on it that she was clothed in.
Okay. Did she describe anything else that was with the body or with Evelyn?
Yes, she had stated she had wrapped her in a fleece, dark fleece blanket.
And how did you, I know we've seen pictures, but how did you find Evelyn? What was she wearing and what was
Those
she wrapped in?
exactly what Megan had described to us for the clothing and the blanket.
All right. Thank you, Agent Fraley. If you
Yes,
would
sir.
answer any questions, Mr. Scott or Mr. Boswell.
Jury's lunch is here, so we're going to break. We'll be back at about 1:15. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you go with the court officer.
I'll stand for it.
Be seated. Now, I've also got information that the witness that in question is out in the lobby. You want me to bring him in and give him a bond? Otherwise, he'll be in custody of the sheriff. Because the order didn't have a bond set.
I would prefer that. I'd also ask, we instruct him to talk to us before, I guess. Well, okay. I mean, otherwise I'll just ask that he be held without bond.
I don't care what you do with him, but I don't think it's supposed to hurt.
Okay, let's
Tell a witness to talk to someone or not.
Okay,
He has
that's
to talk to you.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll tell him.
You want it brought in.
I can't tell him if he doesn't come back, if I don't come back. He will be held.
Yeah, that's fine. No.
Yeah, bring him in.
You want me to step down, Your Honor,
Yeah.
to provide this for him?
Don't discuss the
Yes, sir.
rules of office. You can't discuss the testimony with any other witness or allow them to discuss their. Mhm. What's his name? I don't have to work with that.
Austin Feller.
Last name?
Feller, F-E.
Feller, Feller.
I'm not sure what's going on right now, but I think this is relating to the issue they had before the jury came in. I think. We'll soon find out, I guess. For anybody following the Collin Griffith trial, the jury have now been deliberating for 8 hours and 13 minutes. They're still going. I've got the verdict watch clock on my other computer. If they pulled now, it would be guilty. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Mr. Feller?
Yes, sir.
You want to serve the subpoena in the court Monday, and you didn't come, which is why we're here today with you in custody. I'm going to set a $500 secure bond. You can make that through a bond company. You are a material witness in this case. What happens if you don't come back to court after you make that bond? And you are now instructed by this court that you will appear at this court no later than 9 a.m. every day except Sunday, and that includes Saturday, until you are either called as a witness or released as a witness. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you fail to do that, and we have to come find you again, you'll be held in custody of the sheriff with no bond until the case is over. And that could take us about 3 weeks. That would be nowhere once.
Yes, Your Honor.
You need to be here back at 1:15 if you make that bond.
Yes, sir.
You go ahead. Jim, if you don't mind, now, if you don't mind, just sort of set the ball. All right, we'll be back at 1:15.
Court stands in recess.
This judge, this judge
Mike.
takes no shit.
This still on?
I got sent back off because I thought we were
This judge takes no shit. It gives me an opportunity to put my little "this court is on a break" thing on. Court is on a break for the next 1 hour and 15 minutes. So what I could glean from that was that, oh shit, I'd stopped my other computer, so I couldn't see the verdict clock. The verdict clock is back up. All right. Oh, Court TV is going to put on a stupid tune. All right, I'll get rid of that. I'll get rid of that. All right. His name is Judge Goodwin, Jim Goodwin. I think that's Megan's boyfriend. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. The boyfriend she had when Evelyn was murdered was called Hunter, but I don't know his last name. The police officer who's just given evidence was the person who found Evelyn's body. But that judge, he is taking no nonsense whatsoever. So what I could gather was he's a witness in the case, and he didn't turn up on Monday. He had a subpoena, so he was meant to turn up on Monday, and he didn't show. So they went to hunt him down. Hunter Wood, thank you. They went to hunt him down, and they found him. And he's been in jail all morning. And he's got a $500 bond. So he's now got to make $500. Oh dear, he's got to pay $500 to the court for not turning up. And he's got to turn up every single day until he's released. So if I was the prosecutor, I'd put him on the very last witness in like 2 weeks' time. Dear me. So that must have been what they were talking about before. It was. I was surprised that they put the court feed on like before 9 a.m. because they said that they were starting court at 9. So I was intrigued when they turned the cameras on at 1:45. So that's the issue that they were discussing. Hunter Wood, yeah, Hunter Wood. So I don't know who this guy is. I think he said Austin fella. I got the surname Feller, but I think it was Austin. They said Austin. Well, welcome to Sullivan County. Well, I like it when judges are stern like that. It means that there's no shit that can go on. There's no nonsense that goes on. Let's see if we can find a picture of Hunter. I will recognize him. I remember seeing him. Megan Boswell. Here we go. Here we go. Let me take my banner off. These banners are like, here we go. Here he is. Preston Hunter Wood. What was he doing? Ex-boyfriend of Megan. Oh, DUI. Oh, let's listen to this. When's this from? 3 years ago. All right, let's listen to this. Oh dear. Oh, you couldn't even see that. Oh dear. All right, I'll play it again. It's only like a minute anyway. Listen to this.
Now, new this afternoon, the ex-boyfriend of Megan Boswell was arrested last week. Police say Preston Hunter Wood was involved in a DUI crash that hospitalized a woman. Reportedly, Wood was placed under arrest after he performed poorly on sobriety Authorities say he also did not have car insurance. Wood was charged with driving under the influence, aggravated assault, resisting arrest, and failure to comply with financial responsibility. No other information about the crash victim is available.
So that's him. I know, I had the wrong screen on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Was that just him on the stand? No. No. This dude, Preston Hunter Wood, was the boyfriend she had when Evelyn was murdered. Oh, mom's boyfriend Hunter gives interview. Whoa, something there. This is what I remember. I remember this interview that he gave. Let's all right. This is somebody called Lawless Lane. Let's listen to this.
If you guys have been following the strange
I just want the interview. Okay.
show this, I just want to mention.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
To my knowledge, the entire time that I've known Maggie, I've never seen the baby, of course, but as well as the baby has been with the father, you know, back from military leave. And that is all that I've known about the child, you know, never seen it, never seen her or anything of that matter.
So next we're going to take a look at a clip from the news coverage.
Mother, Megan Boswell.
She applied for a job at my restaurant, Under T's Chicken Shack, and it wasn't like a relationship. It was an on and off going, you know what I'm saying, type deal. It wasn't like an all-out, like, you know, relationship.
He says he's known Megan Boswell for about 2 months and never saw baby Evelyn.
All I've seen is pictures of her. I have no relationship with that child whatsoever.
He says he's received threats over the internet, causing him to shut down his restaurant's Facebook page.
To my knowledge, the entire time that I've known Maggie, I've never seen the baby, of course, but as well as the baby has been with the father, you know, back from military leave. And that is all that I've known about the child.
He wants the focus to be on finding the child and not on him and his business.
There's been a bunch of stuff said about, you know what I'm saying, my restaurant, Under T's Chicken Shack, things negative towards, you know what I'm saying, to try to, you know, stir away the main key factor of us just trying to operate.
The Sullivan County Sheriff's Office is working with the TBI to find baby Evelyn, who was reportedly last seen around December 26th.
In some aspects, the span of time that has gone by makes this a little difficult, but we are working it just as if no time has passed.
See if he's on again. That was one of Megan's Facebook profiles. She was calling herself Maggie Wood at one time. Yeah, I mean, I've never thought he was involved. I've wondered whether he had any knowledge, but I think she got with him straight after Evelyn was murdered. So she went out to get this brand new life, you know, went out and about. She found him. She was staying at his place. She was calling herself Maggie Wood on social media. And all the while, baby Evelyn was decomposing in the playhouse. Okay, all the while, baby Evelyn was decomposing in the playhouse. So it's pretty rough. Pretty rough. I'm glad that they put him on first, though. That's very impactful, in my opinion. It's very impactful to have, you know, right in your face, straight away, first witness, this is what we saw. This is what we found. This is the state that baby Evelyn was in. And I saw in the chat a bunch of people asking what was the purpose of the foil wrapped round her head. And when I first heard about the foil, I thought she'd wrapped the entire body in it to maybe try to disguise the smell, to try to, you know, keep decomping. But given that it appears that the foil was only around Evelyn's head and was like squashed into place, to me, that's malicious and to try to suffocate her. So you've got the blanket over her head, and then you've got this foil that's like pressed against her face. So you've got like the indentation of her eyes and her nose. So the only reason why you would do that just on the head surely has to be one of maliciousness, either just basic sadism that you want this child to suffer, or you're doing it as a way to suffocate them. And then you throw them upside down in a trash can, bent her head right back. So the forensic pathologist who spoke at the evidentiary hearing on December 23rd, 2022, said that her cause of death was asphyxiation, but she couldn't be absolutely clear on the type of asphyxiation, because you've got the blanket and the foil over her face, which would have restricted her breathing, so like suffocation, but her head was bent right back in the trash can, which would also limit her ability to breathe. And because the trash can was so small, and because there was a bag dumped on top of her, that would further restrict her ability to breathe. Like she wouldn't be able to move. She wouldn't be able to like regain a position. So it's just horrific, a horrific way to die. Horrific way to die. But in relation to Hunter Wood, I wondered whether Megan had confided in him at all, whether he had any idea. But I would imagine that she just told him the same lie that she was telling everybody. I don't know whether he's going to be a witness, you know, to say, yeah, well, she never mentioned Evelyn to me, except for Evelyn was with her dad. You know, the only thing I've heard about Evelyn is that she was with her dad. Yeah, looking at her, you wouldn't think she could do it. Yeah, she looks like a little sweet little girl, doesn't she? She's a very young 18. She looks very young. And she didn't seem to have a care in the world when she was doing interviews with the news. When Evelyn was missing, it was like she didn't have a care in the world. That's just laughing and joking. This is the property. The detective's map I thought was very, very instructive. But this is the address on Muddy Creek Road. So this is from 2023. I went on Google Earth and I tried to get one from 2020. They didn't have an image from 2020, like the same year that Evelyn was found. They did have one from 2021, but it was just clouds. Unfortunately, when the satellite went over, it was like just cloudy, so you couldn't see anything. So this is 2023, just to get a feel for the property itself. And if we can go down to street level. Hold on 1 second. So it's 543 Muddy Creek Road on the map. Hold on a minute. I need to take my banner off. Okay. So if we go down to street level, this is Muddy Creek Road. And then, right there you can see there's a gate. You can't really see very much. So you've got like a trailer there. It looks like someone's living in that. And you've got some more buildings up here. I think the house is behind there, like the main house. So it's like a mini compound, if you will. It's even got its own moat. This is Muddy Creek. Muddy Creek is the moat. So that's the address that Google gives me. I don't know what that is. Is that church or something? So, curious. Oh no. Oh yeah, it's a church. Something by faith. You got a little building there as well, which I think is part of the. So this whole piece of land here is owned by Megan's dad, Tommy Boswell. And it sounds like Tommy's mother was living on there as well, somewhere on a, not in the house, but a separate trailer, a bit like Grandma Candy in the Summerwell's case. And then you got Megan, who was dipping in and out, like she was a little bit nomadic, but she was living in a trailer on this property at the time of Evelyn's murder. And presumably she grew up there because the playhouse was Megan's. So you could see like there was all toys and stuff that looked like belonged to a little girl, but it was in disrepair because Megan was supposedly now a grown up. Yeah, she was missing. Well, she was on. So she was last seen alive. This is the basic timeline. She was last seen alive on December 6th. So she must have been murdered shortly after December 6th. She wasn't there at Christmas. She wasn't there for New Year's. And if you've got a kid in the family, people want to give them a Christmas present. People want to see them at Christmas. No one saw Evelyn at Christmas. None of her family, anything, saw her at Christmas. So she was killed between December 6th and Christmas. I would imagine it would be soon after December 6th. That's just my imagination. That's just what I think. She was killed shortly after December 6th. We might get a better idea once we've heard from some more witnesses. And then Tommy Boswell, Megan's dad, who owns this land, he was asking Megan, where was Evelyn? Where's Evelyn? And I want to speak to Evelyn. He was missing his granddaughter. He wanted to know what had happened to his granddaughter. Presumably, he knew Megan was lying. Did she tell her family she was at her dad's? Yeah, I think she did. Yeah, I think she did. And I would imagine that Tommy Boswell had started to see through this. He'd started to wonder why Evelyn all of a sudden was spending this prolonged time with Ethan Perry, who supposedly was in the army, who supposedly didn't have anything to do with Evelyn. It wasn't like Megan and Ethan were together. And now we find out Ethan wasn't even Evelyn's biological father, but they wouldn't have known that at the time. So Tommy gave her an ultimatum and said, you know, you either produce Evelyn, show me proof of life, or I'm going to the cops. So he called Child Services on the 18th of February 2020. So this is over 2 months after Evelyn had been last seen. The day after, once the cops had done some inquiries, they issued an Amber Alert because they went to Megan on the 18th and said, where's Evelyn? And she presumably, given the charges that were read out in court, the first lie she told was that Evelyn was with her dad, Ethan Perry. So Megan's ex-boyfriend, Ethan Perry. So they'd have contacted Ethan Perry, and Ethan Perry says, no, she's not with me. I haven't seen her. So then they issue the Amber Alert. So on the 19th of February 2020, the Amber Alert is issued. And you've got the TBI, you've got a bunch of local law enforcement, you've got the FBI, you've got them all out there, search parties, trying to find Evelyn Boswell. And then on the 3rd of March, so 3 whole months after the last proof of life, she was found in the playhouse. So 3 months to the day that there was last proof of life. Last proof of life was December 6, 2019. And then she was found on March the 6th, 2020. So 3 full months. So the chances are Evelyn had been decomposing in that trash can, in that playhouse, for 3 months. There is no way on God's sweet earth that baby died accidentally. No way. No way. If she died accidentally, like Megan had rolled over on her in her sleep, there wouldn't be any reason to lie. Surely it's an accident. Occasionally it happens. Babies are suffocated accidentally in their sleep, or if it had been a sudden infant death, sudden infant death syndrome. She's probably a little bit old for that, but it does happen, like in older babies, because we've all been saying that Evelyn was 15 months old, but no, she was 15 months old when she was found, because her birthday was in November. So if her last proof of life was the 6th of December, Evelyn was actually only 12 months, possibly 13 months when she died. Not 15 months. 15 months would have been that period when she was missing and then found. So this is a little baby who is just learning to walk. There's videos of her, tottering around, like doing her first steps. And Megan clearly couldn't cope with her. Well, look. I'll play you the video that I played the other day in my live stream. It's me talking about it in what month? Oh, 2022. Let me just find it. These were my thoughts after this was a couple of days after the evidentiary hearing in September 2022. Just let me find it. Like, I was just trying to make sense of what on earth had gone on. Let me just find it. Here we go. So that's the evidentiary hearing from September 2022. That's when we found out just how horrible Evelyn's death had been. And then it's this video that I'm going to play you. literally on 13 minutes. I'm going to play this because I just could not get it in my head. Could not understand what her motive was. You know, was it that she just did not want Evelyn anymore? That she wanted a new life. She just didn't want to be bothered with the baby. You know, just, you know, Casey Anthony 2.0. Literally Casey Anthony 2.0. And I was just walking through the field, just mulling over my thoughts. So I'll play this 13 minutes. It gives me the opportunity to go downstairs and get a bite to eat. And I did play it the other day in my live stream, but we might as well play it again. We've got an hour to well, what time have we got? We've got about 3/4 of an hour. So I shall see you at the other side of this video. The trash. What possessed her? Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It's Sunday morning. It's cold. The weather app says it's 5 degrees C, but it feels colder than that. It's probably almost time to wear a coat instead of just the t-shirt and the hoodie that I always wear. But hey, today, cold or not, is another 2-video day. This video on Megan Boswell will come out first on Michelle Walks, and then later on today there will be a Kylie Rodney video over on MichelleAfterDark. So Megan Boswell, the hearing that took place on Friday, September 23rd, just rocked me. The details of how Evelyn died, the 15-month-old daughter of Megan, how she died is just horrific. The details are far more disturbing, far more grim than I ever imagined they would be. And I can understand why that information has been sealed up to now. You know, Megan's been sitting in jail since March 2020. Evelyn was last seen in December of 2019. And then her grandfather, Tommy Boswell, that's Megan's dad, reported Evelyn missing in February. The Amber Alert went out on the 19th of February 2020. It took a couple of weeks of Megan telling lie after lie after lie. She didn't seem upset at all when she was interviewed by WJHL, the local news station there. And it's so close to Summer Wells. It's about 35-40 minutes from where Evelyn was found to 110 Ben Hill Road. So I think a lot of people following Summer's case have looked at this case as well. It's easy to think that there could be a connection somewhere along the line, especially as Don Schaefer Jr., who is one of my suspects in the Summer Wells case, lives on the same road. The road is long, several miles long. It's about 4 miles long, Muddy Creek Road. I think the Muddy Creek Road address is Don Schaefer Jr.'s mother's address. Because Don Schaefer Sr., when he's not staying at his girlfriend's house very close to the wells on Simpson Road, his property is on Reservoir Road, which is close to where Jodie Sue is currently living. So you can see that it's easy to think that there could be a connection. I don't think there is. The circumstances of how both kids disappeared, how Evelyn was found, and just Megan's demeanour. When she was arrested initially for lying to the police, I thought they got the right person right back then. And this was well before the Summer Wells case. It was over a year before the Summer Wells case. Megan's been sitting in jail all that time because there's been numerous hearings, but, you know, there's been continuances. There's a backlog in the system due to COVID. And her trial has been, it was originally set for September, so this month, but it's been pushed back to February next year due to a variety of circumstances. And the judge, Judge Goodwin, made that exact point on Friday when Megan requested another lawyer because she apparently has fallen out with Brad Scholes. Differences of opinion, we don't know exactly what. But if I had to guess, I'd guess that Brad Scholes, given the information, given the brutality of how Evelyn died, I would imagine that her lawyer would be advising her to accept some kind of, I don't know, plea deal or something. Whether that's even an option in Megan's case, given that how horrific this is. I don't know. I'm just speculating, but Brad Scholes was interviewed by WJHL. And, you know, he just said, you know, the photos are disturbing. They're disturbing. It's upsetting. Megan was crying when she came back into the court after a recess. She was visibly upset. But yeah, that's what you did, Megan. And I know everybody is innocent till proven guilty. I get that. She's not been convicted yet in a court of law. But I think she will be. Unless this is another Casey Anthony. But I don't know. You know, she's not got, what's his face, Jose Bias in her corner. Maybe that's what Megan's expecting of her lawyer. But I do think in the Boswell case, they have the right person. You know, innocent till proven guilty. We're just assuming here that she's guilty. It beggars belief. What was in Megan's mind? You know what I thought? I thought this is a young woman. She was only 17 when she had Evelyn. I don't know. Maybe she didn't get a lot of support from her family. Now there's issues with her mother, which are quite strange. You're going to have to look far more into Megan Boswell's past to try to work this out. It's absolutely unfathomable how an 18-year-old woman, just 18 when Evelyn was murdered, could do that to a 15-month-old child. Look, I worked for over 20 years in the field of psychology, a PhD in psychology. I changed career paths, but I've still got that knowledge. And one of my specialisms was forensic psychology. People can be horrific. People can be evil. Some people can't be rehabilitated, although there's methods by which psychologists can try. Some people are just beyond help. And an 18-year-old woman, I don't want to think about someone that young being beyond help. She clearly has an emotional reaction, but is that emotional reaction for her or is it for her daughter? I don't know. I thought that she snapped. The last story she gave was that Evelyn died when either her or her boyfriend rolled over on her. It's a realistic story, that has happened, but no, I didn't think that was true. I thought Megan had snapped. I thought that Evelyn, 15 months old, they're a little handful, aren't they? They're a little cute ball of energy, kind of like Cassie, really, aren't they? And you could lose your temper. Lose your temper if you're having to deal with that kid on your own and you're at the end of your rope and maybe you don't want to ask for help or you think you can't ask for help and you just snap. And she lashed out. I thought it was something like she lashed out, Evelyn banged her head on something, or she hit her too hard, or she shook her. There's such a thing as shaken baby syndrome. She shook her and she died. I was thinking along those lines initially, but as information has trickled out, and then the bombshell from Friday, that clearly wasn't the case. Because according to the forensic pathologist, Evelyn was alive when she was put into that trash can. It was a very deliberate act. It was a thought out act. This wasn't somebody lashing out. This was pure anger, almost to the stage of sadism. The snapping, which is wrong, but, they immediately regret it. It's still wrong. You can't turn the clock back. If you shook your baby so hard that they got a brain injury and died, you can't take that back. But you can be incredibly remorseful. Wrapping her in aluminum foil, we call it aluminium in the UK, but wrapping her in foil, that is bizarre. What was that for? Wrapping her in a blanket, a fleece blanket, and suffocating her is one thing. But wrapping her in foil, was that to hide the smell of death? To keep the decomposition in? Would Megan have that kind of knowledge? Why the foil? That is weird. And then the way she was dumped in the trash can with this foil and blanket wrapped round her, tightly round her, so tightly that when she was found, her facial features had been completely flattened. I mean, it's just horrendous. And she was just thrown in a trash can upside down. Honestly, I can hardly talk about it. It's just horrific. Her head was bent back, like hyperextended backwards. So her head was like on her back. That little girl must have gone through hell in her final moments. I hope she died quickly. I really do. But God, man, that is very deliberate, almost the point of sadism in my opinion. In my opinion, that was so. I'm not saying she planned it for weeks, but what possessed her? What possessed her to wrap her baby in a blanket and then foil and just throwing her in the trash? What possessed her? You know, and I'd appeal to anybody, young or not so young, if you're struggling with your child, if you're struggling with your baby, there are people out there who can help. And if you don't want your baby, right, not everybody is a natural mother. If you don't want your baby, just think on that there are so many people who do, who can't have kids, or who have had kids and maybe you've got to, you know, an age where they can't have more kids naturally, but they'd like to help, they'd like to foster, they'd like to adopt. There's families out there all over the world who would welcome a 15-month-old little baby girl like Evelyn. Before you get to that point, if you, in your heart of hearts, don't want your baby, if you can't cope anymore, if you feel that you're going to snap and you don't have family support or the kind of support around you that you need, ring social services or CPS or whatever you call it. Ring social services and give up that child. Give up that child and give them the chance of being adopted in a family that will love them. Don't get to a point where your only option is murder. Don't get to a point. Let little Evelyn's death mean something. Let it mean something as a warning to everybody out there that if you know you can't cope and you don't want your baby, don't do that. Don't take your baby's life. Don't wreck your own life. You know, it's likely Megan's going to spend the rest of her life in prison. I hope so. But don't do that. Don't do that. It might be the hardest thing you've ever done, ringing up social services or CPS. It might be the hardest thing you've ever done, the hardest phone call you've ever made. But surely that's not as hard as being on trial for murder. Anyway, I'm going to leave it there, but I'm going to dig into Megan's past a little bit because I want to understand, right? Look, I want to understand why she did that. What was it? What put that in her head? I want to understand. All right, guys, goodbye for now. I'm going to turn the camera off and turn it back on again to talk about Kylie Rodney. Goodbye from Miss Tillington and Miss Cassie's bringer. No, I'm not interested today. I'll see you very soon. Bye, guys. Wise words there from Michelle in 2022. Don't murder your baby. Give them up. There are so many people in the world who want children who can't have them. So if you want to go and get a new life, get a new boyfriend, call yourself by his surname, you know, look, this is her Facebook profile, I think, Maggie Wood. Just look at the bright side. Just look at the bright side. So the fact that she's calling herself Maggie Wood would have meant that this profile was either created or it was edited after Evelyn was murdered. And she uses the tagline, "Just look at the bright side." She might as well have had a tattoo. What was it Casey Anthony put on her tattoo? Bella Vita. Beautiful life. Yeah, okay. Okay. This is a little baby that was found upside down. The face squashed so that her facial features were flattened. Led in a trash can upside down for 3 months while she went out and got herself a new boyfriend and was staying at his place. So when Evelyn was, well, when Megan was arrested, I think she was living with Hunter Wood. Let's go through some comments here. Let's go through some comments. Didn't Ellie search the property when she first went missing? I think so. We're going to find out, I guess, more. Like the defence opening statement said that they'd gone round the property with a cadaver dog, and the cadaver dog didn't smell anything. But I think it's possible that Megan moved her to that property. Like to that playhouse. So she wasn't killed on the property, but she was brought to the property in the trash can and just dumped in the shed. Don't know. So Tommy, I mean, look, Megan wasn't living on that property though at the time. So yeah, I've thought about that. Why didn't Tommy search all the buildings himself? Maybe he put his head in there and then just saw a lot of rubbish and then didn't think anything, was amiss in there. The cops looked in and it was their, spidey senses were tweaked because the rest of the stuff was dusty with spiders' webs on it. And then you've got this trash can with these trash bags like inside the door that looked like they'd been placed there recently. So somebody without, cops training or somebody just opening the door, having a look and then just seeing a load of rubbish wouldn't have noticed that most of that rubbish that was in there had been clearly in there a long time, that it was dusty, got cobwebs on it. And then you've got this trash can near the door. Maybe you wouldn't notice. You just think, oh, okay, there's nothing in there. So maybe Tommy Boswell will testify and tell us more. Yeah, they searched ponds. They just searched everywhere. So they did go to that property. But maybe if they've run a cadaver dog round and the cadaver dog didn't alert, then they didn't even open the door. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out more. Look, there's always questions that remain after any trial. There's always questions, and sometimes you just have to be content not knowing the answer to every single question that you have. Her brother owns a mobile home park and she lived in one of them. She had lived on that property though, hadn't she? Like she'd grown up on that property. And she had been living on that property. So she knew that, basically she knew that property very well. So even though she wasn't living there when Evelyn was murdered, and she definitely wasn't living there when Evelyn was when she was arrested, because she was staying at Hunter Woods. So she was a little bit nomadic in that sense, that she, you know, she flitted around a little bit, which is probably, it's easier if you live that kind of lifestyle. It's easier to get away with something like this because you just say, oh, I've left Evelyn somewhere with somebody. So it's kind of easy to get away with it. That's a good point. Yeah, maybe he smelt something. Yeah, 6th of March. Yeah. Weather getting warmer. Maybe he was concerned. Maybe the amount of flies or something. I don't know. It's disgusting. Disgusting. That's another good point. Maybe he couldn't face it. I look, you know, I would sort of searched all the buildings on my property. But again, he might have put his head around the door and just thought, oh, that's just old junk. And it's not been disturbed. And it takes a cop's eye to look in it and see, oh, okay, that's been placed there recently. But maybe there was a smell, maybe there was flies, because she was in an advanced state of decomposition, but she wasn't skeletonized. So you've still got active decomp going on. So there'd still be probably a smell. That's a good point. People can appear dead but still be alive. Did she think she was dead? Maybe she did. Maybe she did think she was dead. Maybe pressing maybe she had her hand over her face, and that's why the foil was pressed in. But there's just, there's so many reasons not to murder your baby. If you can't cope, give that baby up. And if nobody from your family will help, then call child services and get your baby placed in a foster home or something. Just do anything other than murder your baby. It happens time and time and time again. Yeah, she uses Evelyn's picture. Yeah. Yeah, look, Evelyn's picture. It's the one that all the media used. Well, it's because it's on Megan's social media. Yeah, maybe that's true as well. Maybe Tommy didn't imagine that Evelyn had been murdered, so he wasn't looking for a dead child. He wanted to know where Evelyn was. You know, and if Megan's telling him all these different stories, then he's not going to be thinking Evelyn's dead. So that's another good point. That maybe he didn't look in there because he knew Evelyn wasn't in there. He was looking for a live child. So searching like sheds and outhouses and things, you wouldn't do, would you? Because you know that a live child wouldn't be in there. You'd probably only be searching those kind of places if you suspected that she was dead. That's a very, very good point. Very good point. Don't think 18-year-olds in these areas think giving their baby away is an option. Okay. Maybe. Yeah, new boyfriend, or she wanted she just wanted to move on with her life. She didn't want to be bothered with a baby. So she killed her, suffocated her. Yeah, so many Casey Anthony vibes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to imagine that there wouldn't have been a smell. But when it was, because remember, she was killed in December, so she's basically been lying there all winter. And then you've got beginning of March when things start to warm up. When things are really cold, the decomp slows down. The decomp process slows right down. So it does make sense to think, well, beginning of March, when you've got slightly warmer temperatures, you've got flies that are starting to buzz around. That's the time when you might see something or smell something that you honestly don't want to know about, and you don't want to check yourself, and you go and you tell the cops to go and have a look. I don't know. I hope we hear from Tommy. I think we will. Yeah, that's what was stated in September 2022 at the evidentiary hearing where a forensic pathologist gave evidence. She said that Evelyn was likely still alive when she was placed in the trash can. But that wasn't the forensic pathologist that had done the autopsy. She was an expert giving expert witness testimony. So we wait and see what the medical examiner who actually did the autopsy says. She still has a Facebook profile under Megan Boswell. She had loads of Facebook profiles. That was actually something that Ansley Daniel from WJHL asked her during one of the interviews that she gave, why she's got so many social media profiles. And she said it was because she loses the password and she can't remember the password. So she gets locked out and then she just creates a new profile. So it appeared to be something that the media had picked up on as well. Yeah, I should have restored it for Evelyn, but yeah, maybe that was the plan. Maybe that's what Tommy was going to do. I don't know. But if she wasn't living on that property full time, then we didn't think about it. Oh, God. Oh, God, no. It's horrible. That's very true. Especially if you're not looking for a dead child. If you're thinking that I want to find my granddaughter, but you've not got it in your head that she's been murdered, you're definitely not going to look in a trash can for a dead baby. A dead baby if you don't believe the baby's dead. Yeah, he mumbles. I couldn't quite hear him very well. He mumbles and he wasn't near the microphone. Like the prosecutors stood right next to the microphone, so you could hear them really well. He didn't. He was leaning on the lectern, and the mic was behind him. So he's got quite a soft voice anyway, and that compounded the problem. But if you're behind, Mandy, you won't hear this, will you, until you get to the point, the point of lunch break. Yeah, you just you wouldn't want to be the one to find them. You definitely wouldn't want to be the one to find them. But he did say, that detective did say, that there was evidence of insect activity. But that was probably recent insect activity, because in the dead of winter, you've not got a great many flies out there. Certainly a lot less than you have in spring and summer. Yeah, she probably held her hand over Evelyn's face to suffocate her. That's why it's pressed in. And maybe she did think she was dead. But she wasn't. She was probably unconscious. And I hope that she didn't come back right. I hope she didn't regain consciousness. I hope she just slipped away. It's impossible to imagine a child of that age suffering upside down in a trash can. It's impossible to imagine a child trying to right themselves, trying to get out, like struggling. I hope she was unconscious and died quickly. In that circumstance, you just can't think of the suffering. It's just horrendous. It's absolutely horrendous. Well, the bright side she was looking at was that she got a new boyfriend who got some money, and she didn't have to get up early to look after a 1-year-old. She didn't have to, change, soiled baby, baby diapers. We call them nappies here in the UK. Didn't have to, give her a bath. Didn't have to watch. You need eyes at your back of your head when a baby starts walking. Wouldn't have to be doing that, would she? She could just do whatever she wanted. Do you think she'll take the stand? I personally don't think she will take the stand. I don't think. I think her attorney will advise her against it. She can make that decision against her attorney's advice, but I don't think she'll take the stand, personally. I don't think she'll be able to bear the cross-examination. Exactly. Loads of people who can't have children, or who've had a child and are maybe too old to have another child, and they want to foster and adopt children. There's so many people. Yeah, it was because she was only 18. She hadn't got a previous criminal record, and there was only one aggravating factor. That's what the district attorney said in an interview. It was ages ago, but in an interview, that's what he said. So the death penalty, she wasn't eligible for death penalty. I'm pretty sure if she was eligible, they'd have gone for it. But that must be the law in Tennessee. For anybody following the Collin Griffith trial, They are still deliberating. The clock is now at 9 hours and 23 minutes. Just about to tick over to 9 hours and 24 minutes. So that deliberation's gone longer than I anticipated. But they have to decide, like manslaughter's on the table. So they have to decide murder, manslaughter, lesser charges. I'm wondering whether they're gonna be hung. It's a silly place to leave her. Really silly place to leave her. When was she arrested? She got arrested when the cops got sick of all the lies. Because she told them that Evelyn was with her dad, Ethan. So Evelyn's dad, not Megan's dad. Then they said she was with Angela, Megan's mother, Evelyn's grandma. So neither of those stories were true. So they arrested her for obstruction, lying. That's what they arrested her for. The day she was arrested, I can't remember offhand. I can't remember the day offhand when she was arrested. It wasn't very long. It didn't take them very long to arrest her. But then they started adding charges on. They started adding lots of charges on. These are her charges. Let me show you. This is what I have to log in. This is what the district attorney read out. Megan Boswell. Here we go. All right. Let's just get that off. Here's Megan Boswell. Charges. So, 3 different theories, if you will, of murder. Now, she was originally charged with 2 counts of felony murder. And then in 2024, so you can see here, May 22nd, 2024, they changed that. They changed that to first-degree murder. So then we've got 2 counts of aggravated child abuse, tampering with evidence, false reports. So that's from 18th. So that was the day that Tommy Boswell called child services and they called the cops. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 false reports to officers. So basically obstruction of justice, just lying. So that's from the day that Evelyn was reported missing. So that would be all the things she lied about relating to Evelyn being at Ethan's, and she absolutely wasn't. Then you've got the 20th. So that's 2 days after. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 more lies. And then you've got 12. Oh, that's weird. 12/01/2019. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that's about. That can't be right, can it? Like, these can't be right. But anyway, that's just the violation date. I think maybe because they're not sure when Evelyn died, they've just put the 1st of December. But they did say in the opening statements that they did have proof of life from the 6th of December. So they probably need to change that to the 6th. But abuse of a corpse, and then neglecting to comply with death under suspicious circumstances. So I'm not really sure what the nature of that is, but yeah, crazy. Tampering with evidence as well. So 20 counts. All read out. That's quite a rap sheet from somebody who had no previous convictions, no previous. That's quite a rap sheet. Let's have a look at the other thing that there's this one as well. Oh, we've also got this. Bound over to grand jury. We've got this as well. From the General Sessions, 226/20. So again, that's from... So that would be what she was originally charged with. So that was the original charge. So violation date, and then... So 226. So that's when she was arrested, 226. That's the filing date. So there's one original, and then that was bound over to the grand jury. And then she ended up with all of these. All of these. They just kept adding things on. Can you blame them, honestly? Oh, it's at Evelyn that brought you to true crime. Interesting. It's interesting what driver people have to come into true crime. Does Law and Crime have better audio? Normally, honestly, Court TV has better audio than Law and Crime. And Court TV is slightly behind so that you can keep the CCs on. What was the prosecutor getting told off for? They weren't. They were... The judge stopped the proceedings right at the beginning. Oh, I've got to show you this. I found this on Twitter. People have been posting on the moment when the the judge told off one of the photographers. So he stopped the defense attorney just as he was beginning his opening statements to shout at the photographer who was making doing flash photographs. So that was one. And then there was, let me see if I can find it. Here we go. I'm going to show you this. Watch his face. Look at that eye roll. Look at that eye roll. Let's slow that down. Watch this. So this is the moment when Judge Goodwin stops to tell off the photographer. It says, if you do flash photography again, I'm going to hold you in contempt of court. So that was what the proceedings were stopped for. Watch. Watch his eye roll.
No getting around that.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you.
That was funny. That was funny. Eye roll. Big eye roll. Oh, Court TV still got that stupid music on. But we'll put it back to the court screen. I've got it muted because they've got stupid music on. But we'll put it back on the court screen so that we don't miss anything. Do I think she drugged Evelyn? I don't know. Honestly, don't know. They'll be able to tell from toxicology, though. I honestly don't know if she drugged her. No idea. Why not give it? Why not give her away? Absolutely. It's what I think every single time we get one of these cases where a child is murdered by a parent who clearly doesn't want him. That's what I think. Every time. What is the Collin Griffith again? Oh, so Collin Griffith is accused of stabbing his mother in the neck and she died. What the jury don't know about Collin Griffith is that last year he murdered his dad. But I was at 2023. But anyway, he'd murdered his dad, but it was called self-defense. Like, so it was accidental that he shot his dad. But, like, they said it was like self-defense or an accident or something. So he wasn't charged. Went to live with his mother and then had loads of problems with her. Let's be clear, the mother was a nightmare. She was an absolute nightmare. She was difficult to live with. But Collin stabbed her in the neck. But the defense here is that she fell on the knife. That they were arguing and she fell on a knife. So I don't know how you fall on a knife that just happens to be blade up. I don't quite understand how you fall on a knife blade up. But that's what the defense is claiming, that it was an accident. And the jury have now been deliberating for 9 hours and 36 minutes. But he's only a young lad. He's only like 17, 18. But I think, I can understand, here's where I'm at. I can understand that his mother was a nightmare. As a teenager, there is no way in the world I would have wanted to live with Kathy Griffith. She was a nightmare. Like, the text she was sending him, she was just a nightmare. Right? She was hard work. He wanted to go and live with his grandma, and he'd gone to his grandma's, and she got him back. But anyway, I don't want Collin Griffith to be free. Not that I don't have any sympathy. I have sympathy with the fact that he couldn't cope with his mother. I have sympathy with that. But to stab her in the neck, I honestly can't condone that. Can anybody condone that? No. No one can condone that. But my view is, just let me mute this for a second. My view is that if that's the way that he deals with hardships or problems in his life, then he is going to commit acts of violence again, because life is hard. You know, you have arguments with people. There might be times when you can't abide one of your co-workers, but you can't go around stabbing people. So I'd be concerned if Collin Griffith was free, that he's not going to go and do it again. All right. So on that, I'm going to mute out and we are going to listen to the afternoon session here.
Couldn't have trial. Can't have trial. One of the issues that came up when the state dismissed one count of the indictment, and asked that prior to me cross-examining or asking Mr. Fraley about any statements that Ms. Boswell made to him, that I bring that up outside of the presence of the jury. Since then, it's my position, unless I misheard something, I think Mr. Harper questioned him about statements that Ms. Boswell had made to him. And I think that opens the door for me to be able to cross-examine him about the statements that were made as a doctrine of completeness. You've been a part of a statement, the whole statement.
I didn't listen to anything about what she said.
You asked if in a statement to him, she ultimately admitted that the child.
Okay. But I mean, for him to listen, I mean, it's self-serving hearsay. I mean, it's.
Well, I have 6 statements.
Well, there's no written statement.
Once they,
No written statement.
it's recorded, it's 2 hours long, thereabouts. But once they ask, I think I'm entitled to ask about the entirety of the statement. I think that's the law. It's called, the court's well aware, it's the doctrine of completeness. The case law is complete with it.
Judge, it's hearsay. I mean, just flat out hearsay for him to try to put that in.
It's,
I'm not sure what the argument is here. Clearly, the defense thinks he should be able to argue it to somebody in a certain way, and the prosecutor thinks that would be hearsay. So I'm not sure who they're talking about or the circumstance or anything. Gotta wait for Judge Goodwin to decide. Yeah, justice is coming. I think justice is going to be served in this case. Then again, we all said that about Casey Anthony, and look what happened. There was always that one jury. Gotta remember that. Yeah, at least Megan doesn't have Jose bias. The problem with Casey Anthony is that the prosecution thought they'd done enough. And the prosecution didn't give the jury an alternate charge. So they charged her with first-degree murder. As I remember, it's a long time since I've watched the Casey Anthony trial. A long, long time. But as I remember, they charged her with first-degree murder. But if they'd given an alternative lesser charge like second degree or manslaughter, I think the jury might have gone with that. I don't think they could. I don't think the prosecution had done enough for the jury to feel comfortable with first degree murder. But maybe if there was a lesser charge on the table, like second degree or manslaughter, then they may have gone with that. That yes, Casey was responsible for Kaylee's death, but it wasn't intentional. So I think that's one of the reasons why the prosecution went wrong. They thought they'd done enough to convince the jury for first degree murder. And I think that was a really, really big mistake. I'd rather them do what they've done in this case and have 3 different charges for murder with different theories. So if a jury doesn't feel comfortable saying, oh yeah, it's murder and that's the intent or that's the thing that happened, they've got 2 other alternate charges to work with. That's what's usually done nowadays. And it's to get over that issue. And the defense attorney picked that up in his opening. That, they've charged her 3 times with murder because they don't know what happened. Well, no, we don't know exactly what happened. We know that Evelyn was suffocated to death. Her cause of death was asphyxia. So she was suffocated to death, but they don't know the exact context. They don't know why Megan did it. So although they don't have to prove motive, what they do have to do is give the jury a credible, the credible legal or appropriate legal charge for them to say, yeah, she's guilty of that. So that's usual in these cases. It's very normal to have a murder and a manslaughter or a lesser, whatever that might be in the relevant jurisdiction. Like in the UK, we don't have first and second degree murder. We just have murder and manslaughter. So it's a kind of simple, really. But they always have well, not always, but they regularly, very regularly have, in murder cases, they have a manslaughter alternative as a lesser charge. So that if the jury doesn't feel confident enough in murder because they don't believe that it was intentional, they believe that the person was responsible, but it wasn't intentional, then they'll go with manslaughter. So the defense attorney there is grasping at straws because he will know full well that that's what's regularly done and why it's done. So there's that. But in the Casey Anthony case, I think that was one of the reasons why the prosecution ended up with a massive amount of egg on their face. It was complacency, and they thought they got enough, and they didn't have enough. They didn't have enough. You know, if Kaylee Anthony, let's say for example, Kaylee Anthony got into the pool and drowned, and Casey found her, well, that's not first degree murder. It's not. It absolutely isn't. It's potentially second degree. It's certainly manslaughter. Because if Casey's the parent in charge and Kaylee gets into a pool because Casey's negligent, Casey's not watching her, yeah, there's a chance that she'd get away with it, that people would think, oh, yeah, that's an accident. That's totally an accident. It does happen. A kid gets out because you can't have eyes at the back of your head. You can't have eyes at the back of your head. However, if you're living in Florida and you've got a pool and you've got a small child on the premises, you would think that you would be very careful about not leaving the pool gate open, or you'd have an alarm in your pool or something like that. And at the very least, you'd have to be looking at a charge of child neglect. But because they didn't know how Kaylee died, because Kaylee's remains were so decomposed when they found her, they didn't know how Kaylee died. So how can the jury say it was definitely beyond a reasonable doubt first-degree murder if they don't know how Kaylee died? They don't have to prove motive, but they do have to show when it's first-degree murder that it's intentional. All right, moving out.
Tennessee Law of Evidence,
Just talking.
7th edition. I'm on page 8-6. Under Rule 803, 1.2, admission by party opponent. A statement offered against a party that is the party's own statement is not excluded by the hearsay rule. And in the entirety of 806, I'm sorry, of the discussion of Rule 803, 1.2, well, in the book, it's section 8.06.1. But the rule is actually 803, 1.2. There is no discussion of the rule of completeness as applied to the exclusion of a party opponent admission. The only thing it says is that the person against whom the statement is used may testify. And of course, this is a criminal case, and she's not required.
Judge, did the court refer to Rule 106, the Rules of Evidence? I think that discusses the doctrine of completeness in order to process a floating case. The case of State versus Torres from Tennessee.
Since I already had these issues, that's why I set so many hearings before court.
I understand. I didn't expect they would dismiss that count of the indictment today, and do this.
One what?
106, Your Honor.
I'm sorry? And that is state versus Brewer.
There seems to be a lot of legal head scratching going on here.
So, under a 106 evaluation, what, I guess the question is, I don't know what the rest of the statement says.
Well, that's exactly my point, Judge. There's nothing misleading about what I asked. I didn't ask anything about what Miss Boswell said. I didn't elicit any testimony whatsoever about a statement that she made. All I asked was whether or not she admitted that she was dead. There's nothing misleading about that, and nothing about what he's going to ask as far as that. All it does is further their theory. It doesn't in any way clear up any misconception or misleading information that I may have presented from that.
According to this Torres case, in 2002, in the defendant's murder trial, the court erred in denying the admission of the videotape of defendant's statements. However, the error was harmless because the evidence of defendant's guilt was overwhelming and nothing on videotape remotely implied that the defendant was innocent of the crime. So, not knowing, I don't know what's on this tape. I haven't seen it. Today, hearing about it. So that's what I'm asking.
Judge? My understanding of that doctrine, it doesn't, I don't have to show that there's something misleading.
That's absolutely, it does. I mean, it's right out of the,
Can I finish? I listen to you. I mean, no disrespect to anyone here. I'm not trying to upset anyone. But in Torres, there was an issue about that. There are other cases besides Torres. That's the first one I pulled up. There's a State versus Brewer where it's the same thing. It's an issue of fundamental fairness. They ask about the statement, then they say, I can't ask about the parts I want to ask about. And if we need to take a minute, I've asked the court for a minute so we can print a couple of those cases and make sure I want to do this right. I know you want to do it right.
Yeah. You've got the cases on that.
Okay. Judge, I think there's a good explanation in the unpublished case of State versus Dylan Brewer. That could be found at 2019 Westlaw 1109917. I forwarded that to your assistant and asked her if she would print it. I have not. And I've given that citation to the state as well.
And Judge, I would go back to the part, the rule requires that a writing or recorded statement or part thereof be introduced by a party. I did not introduce any part of her statement. I asked Detective Fraley if she ultimately admitted that her child was dead. I didn't ask what she said. I didn't ask how she did, if she did it, if she admitted she did it, if she said she didn't do it.
What you asked was if she made that statement to you, in which she I mean, I heard them back. If that's what you want me to do, I mean.
I would further point the court that the footnotes to the rule of completeness 106 clearly talks. Mr. Scott said it didn't, but it clearly says rule providing that when a writing or written recorded statement or part thereof is introduced by a party, an adverse party may require the introduction at that time of any other part or any other writing which ought in fairness to be considered contemporaneously with it, provides an adverse party a mechanism for putting portions of the writing into context if the portions would otherwise be misleading. There's nothing misleading about what I asked Agent Fraley. He's not trying to clarify anything. Unless he's in some way trying to insinuate that the child wasn't dead.
Well, we're gonna take a minute. I'm gonna look at whatever cases.
Yes, Judge, they're having a hard time going through. If we can have a minute, I'll collect and send them back. I just may need time to do it. Back to your staff.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I step out for a few minutes?
Yeah, we'll take, we're still on the right.
All right. So what I can glean is it was something that the prosecutor asked Agent Fraley. The exact comment, I have no idea what they're talking about. I don't know like precisely where in his testimony it was, or else we could flick back and we could listen. But the defense thinks that it was hearsay, and the prosecutor's saying it wasn't hearsay, and now the judge is just scratching his head. It was in his opening statement. Oh, okay. So it was in his opening statement. Yeah, they've had 5 years to get it figured out. So it was something in the opening statement. It was a question about the purple penguin outfit. So it was something said to Agent Fraley. Oh, you don't know what's going on. Yeah. So Megan's lawyer is trying to say that something that has come out shouldn't have been asked or shouldn't have been stated because it's hearsay. And you can't use hearsay as testimony. There are certain exclusions or ways that hearsay can be legitimate testimony, but it's only very select like times when hearsay isn't forbidden. I mean, at the very worst, the jury is just instructed to disregard the comment that was made. I don't know. But why not bring it up at the time? Why not object at the time it was said? It's made it harder now for the judge. Like, if you just don't do objection, hearsay, and then they can do a little sidebar and they can sort it out right there. And then the judge can then instruct the jury to disregard that last statement. Why bring it up now? I don't understand why it's been brought up now and wasn't brought up at the time. Because it just seems to be confusing everybody now. He's on about he wants to cross him about it. Yeah, I heard that as well. Well, if he can, just let him cross him on it then. The defence wants to bring something up because it was mentioned. Okay. No, I'm a bit. I've no idea. I'm going to just say I don't even know what they're talking about. What a cluster F. The jury were meant to be back like half an hour ago. Bye-bye, broken goth doll. We'll be good. I'm not sure the lawyers in the courtroom are going to be good, but we'll be good. All he asked was she told TBI she was dead. Now he wants to ask about that interview where she alleged she told the agent Evelyn was dead and what she was wearing. Okay. Just gone back, you think Aurora is right. So he wants to ask about that interview. I see. So the defence on cross-examination wants to ask Agent Freely where or which interview, or did Megan say in an interview that Megan was dead, not that Evelyn was dead, and what she was wearing. But I've always thought that that's exactly what she'd said in an interview, that she'd said that, oh, and that makes sense because they've taken that one off. So originally, that was one of her charges and they've taken that one off. Because they didn't read that out, did they? Because I've always been under the impression that that was one of the lies she told the cops. That Evelyn was dead because they rolled over on her. Either her or her boyfriend had rolled over on her. But the boyfriend has never met Evelyn. But if that's what Megan said in an interview, that's what they're talking about. But if they've taken that charge off her rap sheet, then the defence can't talk about it because it's not part of Megan's rap sheet. But if it was mentioned either in the opening statement or it was mentioned to Agent Freely in the direct, then that opens the door for the defence to ask that question on cross-examination. So I think that makes sense. Piecing it all together, I think that's along the lines of what's happened. And she was found in what Megan told the police she was last wearing. And that was mentioned in the opening statement. That definitely was mentioned. Maybe. God, we're only on day one, and I'm already thinking, was it that testimony? Was it that? Was it that? That what Kyle's downstairs. He's playing something really loud. I don't know whether the mic's picking it up. So if it's come out, if it's been stated or suggested that Evelyn was found in what Megan said she was wearing, then the defense should be allowed to ask a follow-up question about that under cross-examination. So I think I'm with the defense on this. not knowing anything about the law, I think I'm with the defense on this, that he should be allowed to ask a question about it. Can't be hearsay because there's photos of what she was wearing. It's not hearsay. How can it be hearsay anyway? Because if that's what Megan said directly to Agent Freely, then it's not hearsay, is it? If Megan had said it to someone else and then he communicates it, then that is hearsay because it's second-hand information. But if Megan said it to him directly, that's not hearsay. Defense wants to know if she told TBI she was dead. It's got to be in a statement somewhere. I think the issue is that there was originally a charge, like one of the lying charges was about her lying to the cops that Evelyn was dead, but it was an accident. So if that was still one of her charges, there wouldn't be a problem. We wouldn't be waiting for them to scratch their heads and decide what they're doing. Because if that's one of her charges, then the defense has the right to cross-examine and question that and get to the bottom of exactly when that was said, because that's one of her charges. But if that's not one of her charges, if that's not on her rap sheet, unless the prosecution opened the door, then that's not appropriate for the defense to ask about. But if the door has been opened, then the defense should be allowed to cross on it. Yeah, the prosecution don't want it covered. But if it's already been said, then the defense has the right to cross on it. But don't take anything I say as legal advice, because I've not been to law school. All these guys here on your screen have. So it's for them to decide. But to me, that seems like common sense. What's the possible sentence here if convicted? Life without the possibility of parole. The judge can give her, for any one of those murder charges, if found guilty, life without the possibility of parole. Or he could give life with the possibility of parole after however many times. I don't think it's mandatory, is it, in Tennessee, that the judge has to give life without parole for murder? Yeah, the judge probably wants to go to the pub. The judge has left the building. The judge is gone. The judge is gone. What did the Amber Alert say the baby was wearing? Good question. I don't know whether I have the Amber Alert or not. Do I have the Amber Alert? Probably not. Hold on. I've got a little folder with Amber Alerts, and I've not got Evelyn's. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Evelyn Boswell. Amber Alert. Let me see here. Here we go. Oh, I can't read it. All right. I've got it. Let me just save this. Here. All right. Statewide umbrella has been issued on behalf of the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office for Evelyn Boswell, 15 months old, white female, 2 foot, 28 pounds, blonde hair, blue eyes. Evelyn was last seen wearing a pink tracksuit, pink shoes, and a pink bow. So no, not a purple onesie with penguins on it. So pink tracksuit, pink shoes, and a pink bow. Huh. Huh. Interesting. Not a purple onesie with penguins on it. Oh, I remember getting an Amber Alert for Evelyn. You're taking a bath. Isn't it weird how we remember like things like that? Evelyn was a blonde Megan. She does look like Megan. Purple onesie in the picture was what she was finding. Oh yeah, look. I can't tell whether that's a penguin. If anybody's got that picture, like the full picture, because that's Megan there, you can see, I think. I just can't fathom how anybody can murder a baby. I can't fathom it. I can't get my head around it. I just can't get my head around it. I can have sympathy with somebody who is at the absolute end of their tether and shouts at them or even slaps them in anger. But I just can't understand how somebody would intentionally want to murder, like end the life of a baby. I can't see it. I can't get my head around it. I just can't get my head around it. Does the picture show pink or lavender? To me, it looks like light purple. So yeah, lavender, I guess. It doesn't look like pink. That doesn't look like pink to me. A little light purple, but we don't know whether that's the onesie with penguins on it. I don't know how this is taking so long, honestly. And poor Agent Freely, I'm sure he's got a home to go to. I'm sure he didn't think he was going to be sitting there. We are now 40 minutes after the jury were meant to come back. And the Collin Griffith trial, they've now been deliberating for 10 hours and 17 minutes, nearly 18 minutes. 10 hours and 18 minutes. I cannot honestly see this coming back as a hung jury. Then again, juries have deliberated for way longer. Not really going well. Well, if the defense is going to be really, real stickler for the law, I've not got a problem with that. As long as it's not petty, as long as it's illegal, and it's not just objecting to everything, that winds me the F up. That really does. When they objection, and you've just got no grounds for an objection, you're just trying to distract and intentionally knock your opponent off their game. You're trying to wind them up. That's annoying. That drives me insane when they do that, because some attorneys do that. It's to distract them. to, wind them up. But when it's a legitimate legal challenge, I'm keen on that. I'm keen for a defence to be good at what they do, because then there's less grounds for an appeal. If the defendant is clearly guilty, in my opinion, having a really strong defence is beneficial, because it's less grounds for an appeal. When a defendant, when you know that a defendant is factually guilty, like in this case, and then they have a really sloppy defence, then you've got a problem, because you've got grounds for an appeal. And then it drags it on, and the chances they're going to get a new trial are massively increased if the defence wasn't strong enough. Rightly so. Everybody's entitled to a defence. Rightly so. But honestly, I think that if the door's been opened, whatever the statement was, if the door's been opened, then he should be allowed to cross. Exactly. Less chance of a wrongful conviction like Delphi. Exactly. If Rick Allen is factually guilty, I don't believe he is, but if he is, the way that the prosecutor and the judge have played the game has opened the door for the defence to have a better than average shout at getting a successful appeal. And you don't want that ambiguity. You don't. In any case, you don't want that ambiguity. You want the trial to be fair and square, and whatever the outcome, you want it to stand. You don't want there to be underhand tactics or really lax and lazy behaviour on either side. You want a fair trial where the defendant gets a good shot at it with a competent and on-the-ball defence, so that whatever comes out, whatever the outcome is, it will stand. And it doesn't drag the case, the families and everybody else through an appeals process. Nobody wants that. None of the victims' families, they don't want that. They want it to be decisive, fair and square, and that's done. And they can move on, they can start to heal and put this behind them. So I don't know what the judge has gone doing. He's probably gone to the pub. He's like, oh, well, I'll leave you to it. I'm going to go and get a pint. He's probably in his chambers, knocking back a whiskey, thinking we're only on day one and we're already got the books out. We've already got the books out. Who's in the pink? This one. She's part of the prosecutor team. So this is prosecution. This is defense over here. And then this is Madam Court Reporter. We'll learn the names. By the end of the trial, we'll know them all intimately. We'll know all the names. We'll know all the personalities. We'll groan at certain people and we'll like certain people. I'm already liking the judge. I think he's keeping his court in order. I like that. He's starting as he means to go on. Yeah, she did. She did the prosecution's opening statement. She did. Yeah, she did. That's right. There's no head to the projector to admire in this case so far. No head to the projector. Pink lady with pink cup. Yeah, she's prosecutor. If you think that is that a pink cup, think baby pink. Shows she likes pink. But yeah, prosecutor table, defense table, Madam Court reporters table. You missed opening. Yeah, I'm not saying that you missed anything revelatory, except we find out that Evelyn's dad wasn't Ethan Perry. That came out during opening statements. So that was a bit of a shock. Bull Mastiff is barking back at the dog. It's Noodle, I don't know what he's barking at. Yeah, they all have opinions. My dogs do have opinions. There's obviously someone out the front that he's barking at. All right, well, I'm going to just go and take Cassie out for a wee because she keeps bumping my arm. And hopefully, by the time I get back, I'm not going to be longer than like 3 minutes. By the time I get back, they've sorted out whatever issue they're dealing with here. What are my dog breeds? I've got a Labradoodle, that's Tilly. I've got a Springer Spaniel, that's Cassie. And I've got a Cockapoo, that's Noodle. Kick my shoes off under the table and I can't find them now. Here we go. Got them. So for those who don't like poodle mixes to be called doodles or poos or whatever, Tilly is a poodle, a standard poodle crossed by a Labrador, and Noodle is a miniature poodle crossed by a Cocker Spaniel. All right, so I'm just going to mute out and take Cassie down for a wee, and then I'll be right back. So you're going to have silence unless the court decides to come back and deal with their issue. And the husky. Oh, yeah, I can't forget my husky. Yeah, when I'm in Ireland, being navalous, true crime, I've got a husky. I don't really. don't spread that. I don't really. But for those who believe I'm navalous, I also have a husky. All right. I'm muting out now and taking Cassie for a wee. Just have to go and open the door and let her out. All right. See you in a minute. Oh, we're still not back. Oh, God. Oh, dear. Yeah, Navi hasn't posted for ages. I miss his videos as well. I really enjoyed Navios. Must be, I don't know, it must be like 4 or 5 months. I'm going to check. The sky's pretty spectacular out there at the moment. For any stargazers in the area, for once, we haven't got any clouds. So you can see Venus, the moon, Jupiter, and Mars all in a line. What am I looking for? Novelist, true crime. The last video we posted. No way. 9 months ago? Really? He's not been here for 9 months. Wow. Okay. Wow. Come back soon, Navi. Been ages. I thought it was like maybe 4 or 5 months, but obviously time flies. Maybe had a breakdown. It's a bit extreme. He might just be busy with life. Might be just busy. It takes a lot of work, you know, running a channel. You know, if you're doing regular videos, it takes a lot of work. Because it's not just about filming the video. It's everything that goes around it. You might have got triplets. Hope he's not on a 9-month bender. Well, he'd be in the right state if he is. I think maybe he's just busy with life. Because he does do that. He does take breaks. Like he posts loads and then he takes a break. So he's done it before. I don't think he's done it for this long though. Like his last video was about Mick Allen. Shocking details about Jerry Holman. No, didn't post at all during the trial. That's bad. It's a shame. He was partway through a series of timelines. He was. I was enjoying it as well. It's been an hour since lunch ended. I know. This is what trials are like, though. This is why, honestly, I listen to a lot of trials on replay, and then you can just basically skip moments like this. Like I caught up with the Collin Griffith trial, which was like at the end of day 2, and I caught up in one day. Day 1, day 2. I played them all in one day. on 2 times speed and just fast forwarded through breaks, lunchtime, sidebars, and you'd be surprised how much time there is where nothing's going on. Is someone in the judges' chambers arguing certain points? No, I don't think so. Because they're all there. Defense, prosecution, they're all there. They're all in the courtroom. Having a laugh. Having a laugh and a joke. They're probably saying, ha ha ha, we sent the judge away on a wild goose chase. So it's the judge. We're waiting for the judge. Everyone else is in the courtroom. The jury must be thinking, what's going on? Have they forgotten us? What's going on? I do remember, honestly, though, being a juror, and like we got used to it. We absolutely got used to it. Like that, they'd tell us to be there for like 9 or 9:15, and then we weren't called in for like another hour. And you couldn't be late, though. You couldn't be late, because that day you were late, you were going to get in trouble. Judges outside having a cig. It's a long cig. It's a long one. The judges just snuck off home, thinking no one else is going to notice. No, he was going to go and read some stuff. He was going to go and have a read. So he's probably got all his books out, looking up the hearsay rule, and I don't know. He's just got an upset tummy. Well, there could be that as well. Hopefully not, because then he might pass it on to everybody else. Walked over to Burger King. Is there a Burger King nearby? I know you live in the county, so if there's a Burger King nearby, then maybe he has. Yeah, he's just retired. He's just sent his resignation in. So there is a Burger King. Oh, well, there you go then. He's nipped across for a Burger King. I don't know whether Megan's still in the room. I think Megan was taken out. Maybe she was brought back while I was out. They just need the answer to one simple query. She's got to get a boyfriend. Oh no. She has an upset stomach. Well, I'm not surprised. Knowing what she's facing, anybody would have an upset stomach. So Collin Griffith, they've been deliberating now for 10 hours and 41 minutes. Don't think she's back. That was early this morning, JD. The issue in the courtroom about someone with a camera. That was sorted out this morning. We've been and gone since then. What time is it in Sullivan County? So 2:20. It's 2:20. So by the time the judge comes back, it's going to be ready for a coffee break. Yeah, that was the flash photography. She's having nookie with the judge. Oh my God, no, don't put that image in our heads. What's the Collin Griffith trial about? So it's a young man like 17. I think he's 18 now, but he was 17 at the time. And he killed his mother by stabbing her in the neck. So there's no question about the fact that he was there when his mother died, but he's charged with her murder. His defense is that she accidentally fell on the knife. So that's what the jury have to contemplate. What the jury don't know, because it wasn't allowed in his testimony. Oh, judge is back. What they don't know is that last year he shot his dad and killed him. But he wasn't charged for shooting his dad and killing him because it was, I don't know whether it was considered self-defense or an accident. But this time, they don't believe him that it was an accident. This time, they believe he murdered her. So the jury are now deliberating. 2023, thank you. The jury are deliberating whether to convict him of murder or a lesser charge or nothing at all. And we're nearly 11 hours in. They started deliberating around 11:50 Eastern yesterday morning. It's 7:22 UK time. It's 7:23 now UK time. So that's 23 past 2 Eastern Tennessee time, or Eastern Tennessee time, should I say. Here comes Megan. Here she is. Megan's back. I think the jury should know it's directly relevant. The thing is, because there was no charge, it's considered prejudicial. Like they're not contemplating the dad's death. So I can understand why they've kept it out. But having said that, I can also see why the jury might want to know something like that. But I do think that if he's let go, that he could do something similar in the future. Here we go, moving out.
All right, Mr. Scott, you handed me 4 cases.
4, I think. Here. Judge, I handed you the unpublished case of State versus Brewer, and that case contains a pretty good explanation that it does cite to several published cases. If you go to, if the version you have of Brewer has a page 12 at the bottom, does it?
Yep.
If you go down to the last paragraph of page 12, it talks about 106 is a rule of timing and admissibility, and talks about whether it's not immediately clear where it would admit the introduction of otherwise admissible hearsay. That paragraph goes on to state, though, however, it has long been the law in the state when a part of a confession or admission is entered into evidence, the defendant is entitled to have the jury consider the entire confession. That cites Curry versus State, 397 Southwest 2nd, 179 at 181. That's Tennessee Supreme Court, 1965. And Samblin v. State, 387 Southwest 2nd, 817 at page 820. And that's, again, Tennessee Supreme Court, 1965. And they go on in this case, they talk about when a confession is admissible, the whole of what the accused said upon the subject at the time of making the confession is admissible and should be taken together. If the prosecution failed to prove the whole statement, the accused is entitled to put into evidence all that was said said to him or by him at the time which bears on the subject of controversy, including any exculpatory or self-serving declarations connected herewith. It is for the jury to say what weight shall be given to several parts of that statement. For they may well believe the part that which charges the prisoner and reject that which tends to exculpate him. And that's a direct quote from State versus Robinson, 622 Southwest 2nd, 62 at page 71, Tennessee Supreme Court, 1980. And in this case, in Brewer, the Court of Criminal Appeals goes on. This case is kind of almost on all fours the way I see it. The Rule 106 here in Brewer, the state examined on direct examination a witness about a statement. It did not put in a play that did put the physical statement in, nor did the officer read the statement verbatim. But they said the rule of fairness should allow you to place the whole statement in. And I think, Mr. Fraley was asked in this case, he was asked about taking a statement. I think he was asked a couple of times about taking a statement. And he was asked about her admitting that the child was dead. Well, certainly in a missing persons case, when you admit to the police that it's been shown and alleged that you're lying to, and Mr. Fraley, although the court granted an objection, said earlier that she was telling lies. And then when she fesses up and says the baby is dead, certainly the court should take that as a confession. And I think he was asked about the baby being dead, and the response was that the baby was dead, among other things. So that leaves that out there for the jury to be wondering what the other things are. That's my recollection. That's Mr. Horn's notes. Now, that's essentially my argument. I'll rely on the other cases I gave you, but I think that Brewer case gives the best explanation. Although it's an unpublished case, the cases it cites to certainly are published. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer those. If not, I'll yield to Mr. Harper.
Yeah, Judge, I would agree with Mr. Scott. I think the Brewer case is on point. I would disagree with him as to how he's reading it. However, one, I don't think anything about what I elicited was in any way a confession by Miss Boswell. And two, I would rewind a little bit from where Mr. Scott quoted on page 12 of the opinion, because the danger that we're trying to avoid here is misleading the jury by providing only inculpatory parts or parts that somehow make the defendant put the defendant in a bad light, and not putting forth the parts that are inculpatory or in some way would mislead the jury about the proof. And the paragraph above where Mr. Scott quoted the rule of completeness that was explained by the Supreme Court, it talks about that the rule must do one of the following, and then it lists four things. One, explain already admitted proof. Two, place admitted proof in context. Three, avoid misleading the trier of fact. Or four, ensure a fair and impartial understanding of the already admitted proof. Well, what he's trying to elicit doesn't do any of that stuff.
See, that's my problem. My problem is I don't know what he's trying to do.
Well,
I have not been told yet.
All right, I guess I'll go ahead. I believe he's trying to elicit that what Miss Boswell told Agent Fraley was that her. And Mr. Scott can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe what he's trying to elicit is that Miss Boswell told Agent Fraley that Hunter Wood, the defendant's boyfriend, rolled over and killed the child. And that was what she told Agent Fraley at that time. I don't know how that corrects in any way his statement that she admitted the child was dead. I mean, if anything, that's the fact she was there is more
inculpatory to elicit that, then it is correcting any sort of misleading impression that might be out there as a result of what Agent Fraley's already testified to.
Are you satisfied that that's an accurate summary of what the proof is, or do I need to hear the whole 2 hours?
I would,
Because there's, in this case, I don't recall which one it is, but I read that one of the arguments was that the defendant on possibly the post-conviction case, there was argument that because the judge relied on the summary of the proof instead of reviewing the entirety of it, that the judge couldn't make that decision.
I think, and Mr. Harper can correct me if I'm wrong, I think I'm generally satisfied with what he's saying, but she explained how the baby died, where the baby, or maybe not where the baby went, but I think that Hunter took it in that statement. Am I right about that? Yeah. She gives an explanation. And I guess what I'm trying to say right now is it's fundamentally unfair. And I think it does satisfy at least one or two of those things that Mr. Harper's talking about in the paragraph above from Brewer. Explains the already admitted proof and puts it in context. Well, right now you have a case where the jury's heard this TBI agent say, yes, she's lied, and she's basically led us on wild goose chases, but she finally admits the baby's dead without putting in the full explanation of what she told them. And I think for the jury to hear that, there's no mention of anyone else in Mr. and Holt's put in. She tries to explain to him what happens, and I think it explains it, and it avoids misleading the trier of fact from the standpoint of the jury. You don't know what this proof is. Mr. Harper and me, Mr. Harper, Ms. Maskill, we know it. And I think you said that's where you're struggling. But you have
obviously it's where I'm struggling, because the test that the Tennessee Supreme Court is given to the trial judge is that it is an issue of fundamental fairness. It isn't an issue of one snippet of one statement misleads the jury. That's not the test. That's not the question. The question is it fundamentally unfair if I, as a trial, don't allow you to put in the entirety of the statement based on the very narrow, and I understand General Harper was being very careful and cautious in what he was asking. So what I think where we're at is that I'm going to have to, is it transcribed? Is it audio? Is it video?
It's 2 hours. I guess we could fast forward to that.
I think I've got a clip of just that portion.
Well, here's the other thing. If you want to give me just a clip, obviously it speeds it up today. But then if the jury ultimately convicts, then on post-conviction or during the appeal, the argument's going to be, oh, well, the judge didn't review the entirety of the statement. And therefore, he couldn't have made an appropriate determination. So here's where we're at. It's my opinion, and believe me, there's nobody in this courtroom that wants to keep this case moving. But it's my opinion that you're going to have to give me the audio or video or whatever it is, and I'm going to have to go back in chambers, and I'm going to have to review it. And then I can come out here and make a decision based on this law. I think that's where we're at. I don't want to send the jury away I'm not gonna make them sit out here for 2 hours.
I think maybe you're gonna have to. I mean, if I'd have known this was gonna come up,
I know.
if they'd have known, we'd have brought this up, but I don't
I'm not
think.
mad at anybody.
But I do think the court needs to consider when you do this, is this a confession? Because those state Supreme Court cases that are cited in Brewer go back to 1965, and I don't think.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. And the last case that you gave me gives me this freedom. I'm not going to go back to 1965. I'm going to rely on the rules of evidence as they've been enacted in this state now for some time, in the cases that talk about the rules of evidence. 1965 predates our rules of evidence.
I understand that.
And even our Supreme Court in one of these cases says, look, the defendant in that case made arguments relying on the old cases. And the Supreme Court said, look, we're going to look at this under what the rules of evidence say, and that's where that's my start.
I want you to understand my position is this. I think the defendant under due process protections given to her by both the Tennessee Constitution, the federal Constitution, has a right to fundamental fairness. And I think those cases, that's what they're talking about, is fundamental fairness. So
Okay, just sit there.
I'm not sure that there's a difference if there's the rules of evidence provide for fundamental fairness. I understand what you're saying. Let's make this. And if I'm wrong, I think we're on the same page at least. What needs to be done.
I'll find it. I'll comment about it when I get it.
Yes, sir.
Where we're at right now is I'm going to have to bring the jury in. I'm going to send them, since this is day one and they've not been to the hotel yet, I'm going to go ahead and just send them to the hotel. I'm going to have to listen to or watch.
It's video.
It's video.
All right. And we may have the whole issue about whether I can see and hear what's being said. I've had another case where I had Sullivan County videos that I could not hear.
These are pretty clear, Judge. There shouldn't be any problems.
So I need to bring the jury in. Lieutenant, so you know, I'm going to go ahead and send them to the hotel.
Yes, sir.
Let them get settled in.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I think did we not get in that other case, those
I
statements
still
with the
got it.
Bluetooth?
I still got it.
Did it work that way? Okay.
One stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the lunch first. Second, we've got a legal issue that's come up that I have to do a little bit of research so I can come to the right conclusion. and it's going to slow us down a little bit. But since this is the first day of sequestration, I'm going to go ahead and have the officers take you to the hotel so you can get settled in. Your luggage should already be there. I think they've already told you all that. Then they'll take you out to dinner tonight to some undisclosed restaurant somewhere in the Tri-Cities. But before you go, I'm required by law to give you certain admonitions. One, you're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with this trial. You're not to form or express any opinion about the case until it is finally submitted to the jury. You're to report promptly to this court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any member of the jury. You're also to report promptly to the court a juror's violation of any of these admonitions. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any news reports concerning this case. You're to decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in this trial. Okay? Now, we'll start back at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I will see you then.
One fan, please.
That seemed like it jumped. Like they were all standing up for the jury to go out, and then they were all there chatting to the judge. It was like jumped a second or two. That was weird. That was very weird. All right. Thank you for watching with Court TV. Well, thank you, Court TV, for streaming. There you go. So we are back tomorrow. Okay. So we've not got very far. But I would rather the judge be thorough and not get into any legal problems. I would rather this than having her get off or get an appeal on a technicality or something silly, unlikely to happen. It's probably something nothing. However, I'd rather the judge be thorough. So, all right, I'm going to call it here. Collin Griffith have now been deliberating for 11 hours and 6 minutes. Why wasn't it taken care of before now? Because they probably just didn't realise. They probably didn't realise that this was going to be an issue that needed to be considered. Remember the bench trial in front of Judge Canoni I mentioned? The lady accused of causing her ex-husband to die of a heart attack. Judges found her not guilty. The judges found her not guilty. I do remember you telling me, but I don't know which case it is. So, interesting. All right, I'm going to call it here. I'll see you tomorrow. So there will be most likely a video in the morning on something unrelated to Megan Boswell. And then I will be live from around 8:45 a.m. Eastern, which is 1:45 p.m. my time, whatever that is in your local time, I don't know. But I'll be live from 1:45. Okay, so Penelope McGee, bench trial. Okay, I'll look at it. So the judge found her not guilty. Interesting. Interesting. There's movement Oh, we might have a verdict. We might have a verdict in Collin Griffith. The clock has stopped. The clock has stopped. Jury's reached a verdict. Do you want to watch the verdict? Let's watch the verdict. I know most of you maybe haven't watched the trial, so but for those that have, let's put it on. Hold on a minute. Here we go. So this is Law and Crime Network. I don't think Court TV have done this one. I've noticed that Court TV have CCs, Law and Crime have CCs on for this trial. Useful. The reason why I go with Court TV is because they have CCs. Hold on, I'll take my banner off, or else that's going to get really confusing. But if the volume's better on Law and Crime tomorrow for Megan, I'll go with that. I just try to find the stream with the best audio. It is perfect timing. Perfect timing. How long, though, we'll wait for the judge and the jury to come in? Who knows? But it was perfect timing. It's an interesting case. It really is. I started watching it on the end of day 2 and watched day 1 and day 2 all in the same day and caught up because it's only been a week-long trial. It's not been a long trial at all. Only started like last week. And then they started deliberating yesterday around 11:50 a.m. I can hear some sound. Can hear some sound in the background. Maybe not. Maybe not. But it is an interesting case. It's made me. I like the cases that make me think, that are a little bit unusual, that are outside of the usual. And the fact that this is a young man, a teenager, who, look, he's had a lot to contend with. His mother, certainly not an easy person to live with, got her own mental health struggles. Definitely not an easy person to live with. But he, Collin, was living with his dad. And then he shot his dad and killed him. But no charges were brought. Or I think maybe charges were brought initially, but the charges were dropped because they couldn't prove that he'd done anything intentionally. So he went to live with his mother. And then his mother and him didn't get on. And she quite clearly was a nightmare. But my concern, even though I do have some sympathy with him that he's only very young, my concern is that dealing with your problems by killing someone isn't the way to deal with your problems. And my concern is if he gets away with this again, so he's got away with his dad, if he gets away with this, what message is that telling him? That he can get away with anything. And yeah, okay, he's only a teenager now. And he's immature and he's got limited options as to who he can live with. And he did want to live with his grandma. And he didn't want to go and live with his mother. I get all that. But I kind of feel that if they just let him off, he's learned that that's how to deal with the problems. That you can just go and kill people and get away with it. All right, here we come. Here we come. Oh, no, maybe not. Maybe not. That's it. A lot of us grew up hard. Exactly. Exactly. You can't deal with your problems by stabbing someone or shooting someone. Because, you know, he might have an argument with his co-worker, or he might have an argument in a queue in a store, or he might have an argument with somebody who cuts him up while driving, and he thinks it's okay just to kill people. I can't get with that. So even though I understand that he's young, I understand that his mother was difficult. I can't allow him. If I was a juror, I couldn't allow him to get off with it. I couldn't say he's not guilty, because he absolutely is guilty. He did it. I don't believe that it was an accident. That he's claiming that it was an accident, and that if she fell on the knife, that yes, they were arguing, but neighbours witnessed him dragging her in, like by her hair. So they were arguing out the front, and the neighbours witnessed this argument, and he dragged her in. And then an hour later, he calls 911 to say that his mother's bleeding out. So what happened in that hour? I can't see that this was unintentional. I can't go with it was unintentional. I can't see how you can fall on a knife and stabbing it in the neck. I can't.
With 24
There he is.
CFA
All right.
410.
Mute
Mr.
now.
Griffith is present with Ms. Thornhill and Mr. Hendry. Mr. Levine is here for the state. I understand the jury has reached a verdict.
Yes, Judge.
Let's have the jury, please.
No, the neighbours didn't call the police. Collin, that's Collin, he called the police. The neighbours didn't call anyone. They didn't think it was that serious. Like they saw them arguing, didn't think it was that serious. Yeah, the jury don't know about the dad. No, they don't know about the dad. But there has been mention of him killing someone in the past. There has been that mentioned. It's kind of come up, but just not that it was his dad, and not that it was considered potentially a murder. You know, not that he killed them and then he was let go, and not that it was his dad. His dad just hasn't been mentioned. And it's only because I knew nothing about this trial. It's only listening to the attorneys talking when the jury are not there. The attorneys have been talking about it while the jury have not been in the room. So that's how I know. And then I just went and did a little bit of reading to see what exactly happened. He does seem very, like, he laughs inappropriately. He seems very upbeat. He seems maybe immature. But yet he's very, very clever. He's like still at high school, but he's doing college credit. And he's like a straight A student. So he's very intelligent. But we haven't heard that he's got any, I don't know, mental health or developmental problems or anything like that. Yeah, it might just be nervous. Some people smile when they're nervous. It might be that. All right, mute me now. Let's listen.
Please be seated. If you are the foreperson, please raise your hand. For the
the record, juror number 1980896 has raised his or her hand. You may put your hand down. Juror number 1980896, if the jury has reached a verdict, please raise your hand. That juror has his or her hand raised. You may put your hand down. Please pass the verdict form to the bailiff. There are no defects nor omissions in the verdict. Counsel for the state, counsel for the defendant, rise and hearken to the verdict. Mr. Griffith, rise and hearken to the verdict.
State of Florida versus Collin Griffith. Will the jury find as follows? As to the defendant in this case, the defendant, as to count one, the defendant is not guilty. As to count two, the defendant is not guilty. So say will, this 5th day of February, 2025.
Does the state wish to have the jury polled? You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for the considerable time and attention you have given this case. I also want to advise you of some very special privileges you now enjoy having served on this jury. No juror can ever be required to discuss what has occurred in the jury room, with rare exception, and that would require a court order following a fully noticed hearing. For centuries, our society has relied upon juries to consider difficult cases, and during that time, we have agreed a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to have to speak about the jury's work. Although at this point, you are at liberty to speak to anyone you would like to about this case, including your deliberations, you are equally free to refuse to do so. A request may come from those who are simply curious, perhaps from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you individually to determine whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. On behalf of the entire 10th Circuit and all assembled here, I humbly thank you for your service. You are now discharged.
All rise, please.
Mr. Griffith, the jury having found you not guilty in each count, you are hereby adjudicated to be not guilty in each count and forever discharged for these offenses. We will be adjourned.
Wow. Yeah, it wasn't expected. It wasn't expected. I thought they might go for count two, like the manslaughter, a manslaughter equivalent. But yeah, accidentally fell on a knife. Crazy. Crazy. I can't see how you could fall on a knife. But then again, if the jury had a reasonable doubt, then they did the right thing, didn't they? But I don't think it's the last that the world has heard of Collin Griffith. I think he'll do it again, honestly. I hope I'm wrong. I sincerely hope I'm wrong. But how is that young man going to fare in the adult world where stresses and problems and arguments happen every single day? How is he going to deal with those issues? So at the very least, I hope he has a very, very good therapist at the very least. I don't know very much about his dad's case other than he shot his dad. He shot his dad, and they did charge him, but the charges were dropped because there wasn't enough evidence. There wasn't evidence that he did it intentionally. So I sincerely hope that this isn't the beginning of a killing spree. Honestly, I really don't think it's the last we've heard of Collin Griffith. Anyhow, it's a very interesting case, and that was a really unexpected. I thought they'd go with count 2. I did. Very interesting. This is the thing. You can never predict what a jury is going to do. You can never predict it. All right. So with all that said, I will bid you goodbye. And again, I'll do a video in the morning, most probably, and I will be live from 1:45 p.m. my time, which is 8:45 a.m. Eastern time for day 2. And let's just hope that the judge has done all his homework and he's back and we get going very quickly with day 2. All right, guys, until then, thank you all. Thank you to those that donated earlier on in the live stream. Thanks as always to the mods, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, guys.